We're here today to start the matter of Raul Valle, so it's State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. First day of evidence is prepared to commence. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Durso for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for Mr. Raul Valle, who's at my side.
Good morning. All right, before we begin, there are some preliminary matters that need to be addressed. First, there has been a substitute information that's been filed in this matter. Attorney Smith, have you had an opportunity to review the substitute information?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, and did you go through that substitute information with your client?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
It appears to the court the only change in the substitute information is the lessening of one of the charges at count 4 from assault in the first degree to assault in the second degree. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
I'll hear from the state on that. That's your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the only change that's been made?
That is the only change.
Thank you. And Attorney Smith, does your client wish for a long reading of the long form, or are you prepared to enter pro forma, please?
We're prepared to enter pro forma, not guilty, please, Your Honor.
All right, jury election, I'm assuming.
Jury election.
All right, so then we're prepared to move forward. A few more things before we begin. Come on in, sir. All right, I'd like to take a moment to address those in the gallery here to observe the proceedings, as well as those watching via live stream broadcast. Pursuant to Connecticut Practice Book Section 1-10, you may use a personal computer in this courtroom during proceedings to take notes unless and until the court determines that the use of such device is becoming disruptive to the proceedings. The personal computer, however, may not be used for any other purpose while you are in the courtroom, including but not limited to access to the internet, social media posting or live streaming, email, text messages or chatting, recording, live streaming, or any other form of posting or transmitting information about the trial as it proceeds, unless conducted pursuant to a media request filed by a member of the media defined at Connecticut Practice Book Section 1-110A, and in accordance with Connecticut Practice Book Section 1-11C, as permitted by this court. Media orders have been entered in this file. If you have any questions regarding the scope of the order, please refer to the clerk's file at the clerk's office. To date, the only formal request that has been made in accordance with the rules of practice has been made by one media outlet, Law&Crime, hence no other person or outlet should be recording, either by way of video or audio, any of these proceedings, including still photographic images. This order does extend to any video recording, audio recording, or the taking of photographs of any of our jury members while such jurors are on court property. Additionally, no other electronic devices, including cell phones, are to be used in this courtroom for any purpose whatsoever. You are prohibited from using a cell phone or any electronic device at any location of the Superior Court to take pictures, to take videos, audio recording, or broadcasting still or moving images, unless you are at the clerk's office photographing records. Lastly, this court will not tolerate any violation of these procedures. To note, disruptive behavior from the gallery, including but not limited to any extreme emotional behavior, outbursts, comments, intimidating behavior, or any other actions which may affect the integrity of this trial process, may result in immediate removal of you from the courtroom. This extends and applies equally to all public areas of the courthouse as well. Please be mindful of your behavior. If you feel yourself becoming unable to control your emotions at any time during these proceedings, kindly remove yourself from the courtroom. Also, as a general announcement, it is anticipated that graphic and/or sensitive evidence may be introduced. We will do our best to provide you notice before any such evidence is displayed. However, I cannot assure you that this will be foolproof, and therefore provide you with notice that if you are sitting here in the gallery watching the proceedings, or you are watching the proceedings live stream, you should please be vigilant and pay attention to the evidence and make your own determination as to what is tolerable and when perhaps you should remove yourself from the proceedings or turn yourself away from the live streaming broadcast. So I do ask everyone to please follow these rules as they pertain to courtroom and courthouse decorum so that we can proceed through this trial in the fairest and most efficient way for all parties involved. So thank you so much for your cooperation. Does anything need to be addressed by counsel before the court brings the jury in?
Your Honor, just from the defense, we would be moving for sequestration of the witnesses pursuant to 42-36 and ask that the court enter such an order.
All right, Attorney Durso, do you wish to be heard on that?
I don't have an objection to that. I don't see actually, I do see one witness that was on the witness list. The defendant's mother was on the witness list. To the extent that she becomes a potential witness in rebuttal or on defense's case in chief, I think that needs to be addressed by the court. But outside of that, I don't see any other witnesses.
Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, I understand that she is a witness on the state's witness list. The defense certainly does not have any intention to call her. I would ask that she be allowed to remain in the courtroom and not be subject to that sequestration order.
All right, so Attorney Smith, she's not on your witness list currently, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I just go back to you, Attorney Durso. Is it possible that if, in fact, there are segments of the trial that you believe would cause some sort of problem with the sequestration order and having the potential witness, that being the mother, the defendant being in the courtroom, would you be able to sort of carve those out and bring that to the court's attention?
I guess I can, Your Honor. I don't necessarily – I anticipate what the evidence is going to be. However, if certain things are mentioned during the course of the trial where the defendant's mother would become a potential rebuttal witness, that would obviously be the state's concern. So for her to watch the entire trial and maybe tailor her testimony would be problematic. That's the only concern the state has at this time. Obviously, I don't know what the evidence is going to be on the defense side, but that's the state's concern.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to allow the mother to stay in the courtroom. I am going to ask the state's attorney to, at any point in time, that if you feel there is testimony that would create a tailoring issue with respect to that particular potential witness on your witness list, to please bring that to the court's attention, and we'll address it at that time. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that's sufficient with you, Attorney Smith?
That is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So then the court did anticipate that this would be requested. I'm just going to read through this instruction quickly so that everyone has an understanding of what this means. So I am going to go ahead and grant the motion to sequester witnesses. This is the order that is going to be in place. All witnesses, defense and prosecution, including expert witnesses, shall be sequestered while another is giving testimony and shall be precluded from discussing testimony with any other witness. This order extends to any and all such testimony via live coverage, testimony recorded, broadcasted, displayed on any other media platform, transcribed or documented by way of any other written or photographic form. The order extends to the transmittal of testimony to a witness by any means, directly or indirectly, through a third person or entity. Upon a sequestered witness's completed testimony, the sequestered witness is allowed to observe the proceedings in person or otherwise. The sequestered witness, however, continues to remain under the court's order to not discuss or transmit their testimony by any means to any other prospective witness. Counsel shall provide notice to all prospective witnesses of this obligation under the orders to their witnesses, and also shall inform the court immediately of any known or suspected violation of the order. The intent of the court in entering this order is to impose a broad application of the rule for the purpose of preventing witnesses from tailoring their testimony to that of other witnesses and to help to ensure a fair trial in the days of digital streaming, live media coverage, and other technological advancements. So with that, the order stands. Madam Clerk, I'll give you a copy of this. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed by the court before we bring our jury in?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, we are ready to proceed. Madam Clerk, please bring in our jury. morning, ladies and gentlemen of our jury.
State will stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Defense stipulate as well, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, members of our jury, at this point in time, I am going to ask you to pay your attention to Madam Clerk. She is going to be conducting a jury roll call and providing an oath to you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Ladies and gentlemen, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise, and remain standing. Duly affirm, as the case may be, that you may decide this case between the state and the defendant based on the evidence given in court and on the laws of the state as explained by the judge. That you will not talk to each other about this case until instructed to do so. That you will listen to and consider what the other jurors have to say in deliberations about this case. That you will not speak to anyone else or allow anyone else to speak to you about this case. And that when you reach a decision, you will not disclose the decision until it is announced in court. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. I do. Thank you. You may be seated. As your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise. That if you become a member of the jury for this case, you will decide this case between the state and the defendant based on the evidence given in court and on the laws of this state as explained to you by the judge. That you will not talk to each other about this case until instructed to do so. That you will listen to and consider what the other jurors have to say in deliberations about this case. That you will not speak to anyone else or allow anyone else to speak to you about this case. And that when you reach a decision, you will not disclose the decision until it is announced in court. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, my remarks at this time are to generally acquaint you with some of the legal principles that will control your deliberations and give you an idea as to how this trial will proceed, how long it's expected to take, and what our daily schedule will be. You will get detailed instructions of the law at the end of the trial before you begin your deliberations. Now, I will be reading from a set of documents to ensure that I do get all of the important information that I intend to get out to you accurately. So this is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Raul Valle as follows. In the substitute information in the Superior Court of the State of Connecticut for the Judicial District of Ansonia Milford in docket ending 418T, Part A, June of 2025, Mark R. Durso, Senior Assistant State's Attorney, accuses Raul Valle of murder and charges that in the County of Fairfield, in the City of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause the death of one James McGrath, did stab and cause the death of the same said James McGrath in violation of Section 53A-54A, subsection A of the Connecticut General Statutes. Count 2. And said state's attorney further accuses the said Raul Valle with the crime of assault in the first degree and charges that in the County of Fairfield in the City of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause serious physical injury to one Ryan Hines, did cause serious physical injury to the said Ryan Hines with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of Section 53A-59, subsection A1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Count 3. And said state's attorney further accuses the said Raul Valle with the crime of assault in the first degree and charges that in the county of Fairfield in the city of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May, 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause serious physical injury to one Thomas Connery Jr., did cause serious physical injury to the said Thomas Connery Jr. with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of Section 53A-59, subsection A1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, and count 4, said state's attorney further accuses the said Raul Valle with the crime of assault in the second degree, and charges that in the county of Fairfield, in the city of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May, 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause physical injury to one Faison Teal, did cause physical injury to the said Faison Teal with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of Section 53A-60, subsection A2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, dated at Milford, Connecticut, the 13th day of June, 2025, signed by Mark R. Durso, Assistant State's Attorney. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the information which I just read to you is not evidence. It is merely the formal means of accusing a person of a crime and bringing him to trial. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and formally charged. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed to be innocent, and this presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until he is proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden of proof never shifts throughout the trial. Unless you find at the conclusion of all the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense, you must find him not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find him guilty. Now, the defendant may or may not testify in this case. An accused person has the option to testify or not to testify at the trial. He is under no obligation to testify. He has a constitutional right not to testify. You must draw no unfavorable inferences from the defendant's choice not to testify if the defendant chooses to not testify in this case. The procedure of the trial is as follows. After I finish this instruction, the state will present its evidence, then the defendant may present evidence. The defendant has no legal obligation to present evidence. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence if it so chooses. When all the evidence has been presented to you, the lawyers will then make their arguments to you. Bear in mind, argument is not evidence. You may consider argument of counsel during your deliberations, but it is not evidence. Under our rules, the state argues first, then the defendant through counsel argues, and then the state argues the second time. But the defendant does not argue a second time. Each counsel is, however, given the same amount of time for argument. It is only the state that breaks its argument into two parts. When arguments are completed, I will then instruct you as to the law that you must apply in this case. At the conclusion of the instructions, I will send you to the jury room to begin your deliberations. That is the first time you will discuss this case with anyone. Up until that time, you will not discuss this case with anyone, not even each other. Once deliberations start, all deliberations must be conducted in the jury room and only when all jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the facts that you find to the law as I instruct to reach your verdict, and your verdict must be unanimous. My responsibility as judge is to conduct the trial of this case in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner, to rule on questions of law that arise during the trial, and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept that law as I state it to you, whether you agree with it or not. My actions during the trial in ruling on claims or objections by counsel, in comments to counsel, in questions to witnesses, or in setting forth the law in instructions to you are not to be taken by you as any indication of my opinion as to how you should determine the issues of fact. If you come to believe during the trial that I have expressed or intimated any opinion as to the facts, you should disregard it. As I've told you, my job as judge is to ensure there is a fair trial so that you can decide this case. During the course of the trial, I may occasionally ask questions of a witness. Do not assume that I hold any opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember at all times that you as jurors are at liberty to disregard all comments of the court in arriving at your own finding as to the facts in this case. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating what I think of the evidence or what your verdict should be. Your function as the jury is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts, and you alone determine the weight, the effect, and the value of the evidence, as well as the credibility of the witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness should be believed. It is your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. In the course of evaluating the evidence, you are entitled to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence that is presented here in this courtroom. That evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and any other material admitted into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or that I may instruct you that you must accept. The following are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. Statements and arguments by attorneys, questions and objections of the attorneys, and testimony that I instruct you to disregard. There are two kinds of evidence in a trial, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is evidence from which you can infer another fact. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see that the sidewalk is wet, you may infer that it rained during the night. The wet sidewalk is circumstantial evidence that it rained. Other evidence, however, may provide another explanation for the water on the sidewalk, such as a garden hose that was left on overnight. Therefore, before you decide that a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding this case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Now, some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose only. When I instruct you that a piece of evidence has been admitted for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that purpose and for no other. In deciding the facts of this case, you are the sole judges of the credibility of witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe and which witnesses not to believe. You may believe everything that a witness says or only part of it or none of it. Every witness, however, starts on an equal basis. You are to listen to all of them with an open mind and judge all of them by the same standards. Police will be testifying in this case. You must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official merely because he or she is a police official. During the course of the trial, counsel for either party may object to a question asked by the other lawyer. It is the responsibility of counsel to object to evidence which he or she believes is not properly admissible, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes objections. When that happens, I will rule on the objection. If I sustain the objection, you will not hear an answer to the question, and you should not wonder why it was asked or speculate as to what an answer would be. If I overrule an objection, you will hear an answer to the question, and you may give it whatever consideration you feel that it is entitled to. There may be times when counsel or the court may ask that you be excused when arguments or objections are made. Those arguments often include matters or evidence that the court may eventually exclude. The reason that I ask you to step out is to assure that you will not hear evidence that is not properly admissible and not to keep you from evidence that you should hear. A few moments ago, you took an oath that will govern your conduct as jurors between the time you took the oath and the time you're discharged by me after you've rendered a verdict in this case. That oath and the rules of court obligate you to do certain things and to avoid other things. So I would like to review those obligations with you at this time. First, you must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and on the law as I explain it to you. Second, do not make up your minds about what this verdict will be until after you have heard all the evidence, heard the closing arguments of the attorneys, my instructions on the law, and after that, you've had an opportunity with your fellow jurors to discuss the evidence. Keep an open mind until that time. There are some rules that flow from these obligations. I'm going to go over those. You may not perform any investigation or research or experiments of any kind on your own, either individually or as a group. Do not consult any dictionaries for the meaning of words or any encyclopedias or the internet or any other source for general information on the subjects of this trial. Do not look anything up on the internet concerning any information about this case or any of the people involved or the locations involved, including the defendant and witnesses, the lawyers, or the judge. Do not get copies of any of the statutes that may be referred to in court. Do not go to the scenes where any of the events that are the subject of this trial took place or use the internet, maps, or Google Earth or any other program or device to search for or view any place discussed during this particular trial. You may ask yourself why. Because the parties have a right to have this case decided based only on the evidence they know about and that which has been introduced here in court. If you do some independent research or investigation or experiment that we don't know about, then your verdict may be influenced by information that has not been tested by the oath to tell the truth and or by way of cross-examination. The same thing is true of any media report you may come across about this case or anybody connected with this case. If you do come across any reports in the newspaper, magazine, TV, internet, by way of any type of blog or social media report, you may not read, watch it, or listen to it, as it may refer to information not introduced here in court and may contain inaccurate information. If you are accidentally exposed to such information despite your best efforts to avoid it, do not discuss it with your fellow jurors and notify the clerk in writing. You may not discuss this case with anyone else, including anyone involved with this case until the trial is over and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family, your friends, and your co-workers. If you wish, you may tell them you are serving as a juror, but may not tell them anything else about the case until it is over and I have discharged you. You may not talk to any of the court personnel, including marshals, clerks, and anyone else about this case. You may not ask any friends you have who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel or medical personnel for any advice or information about any matters related to this case. You may not communicate to anyone any information about this case. This includes communication by any means, such as text messages, email, internet chat, blogs, social websites, such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, or X. Both the defendant and the state are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. When you have rendered a verdict and you've been dismissed by the court, at that time you will be free to discuss the case with anyone you wish, though remember, you will not be required to do so. Until then, however, you must be focused solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and your obligations to the fairness of these proceedings. In addition, you may not talk to each other about the case until I tell you to do so. And that will not be until you've heard the evidence, you've heard the closing arguments by the attorneys, and you've heard my instructions as to the law that you are to apply to the facts that you find. Now, it may seem only natural that you would talk to each other while the case is going on. The problem with that is when people start discussing things, they take positions on them and express opinions, which are often hard for them to change later on. So if you were permitted to discuss the case while it was going on, You might reach conclusions or express opinions before you've heard all the evidence or heard the final arguments of counsel or heard the law that you must apply in this case. Your verdicts in this case might then be improperly influenced by the conclusions or opinions you or your fellow jurors have reached before you knew about all the evidence or the law that will help you put that evidence in the proper context for your verdicts. What happens if these rules are violated by a juror? Well, in some cases, violations of the rules of juror conduct have resulted in hearings after trial at which the jurors have had to testify about their conduct. In some cases, the verdict of the jury has been set aside and a new one ordered because of jury misconduct. So it is very important that you abide by these rules. If someone should attempt to talk to you, either one of your fellow jurors or someone from the outside of your jury, please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear anything of a prejudicial nature or that you think might compromise the proper conduct of this trial, please report it to the clerk immediately. These communications should be in writing. Do not discuss any such matters with your fellow jurors. Now, you may, if you wish, take notes during the trial. You are not required to take notes, even if your fellow jurors do. Let me emphasize some ground rules regarding note-taking if you choose to do so. Notes are a sound tool to help you refresh your recollection during deliberations. However, notes by themselves are not foolproof. If there is a conflict between your notes and your recollection, it is your recollection that must prevail. Additionally, if there is a conflict between your recollection and the notes of a fellow juror, it is again your recollection that should prevail, as your notes are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on evidence presented at trial and the principles of law given to you in my final instructions. The note-taking process should not distract you from focusing on the witness because the credibility that you ascribe to a witness is critical. It is essential that you do not allow note-taking to interfere with or impede your ability to view the witness, to listen to him or her, and to size him or her up, that is, to properly evaluate the witness. You should not be so preoccupied with taking notes that you overlook what the witness is saying and how the witness is saying it. You may find that note-taking may distract you from giving full attention to a witness. You will need to observe the demeanor of a witness while he or she is testifying. You will be able to get testimony played back to you during your deliberations, so you do not need to make your own record of exactly what was said. There is no need to try to take a lot of notes or to take down testimony word for word. You may not make or modify any notes outside of court. Notepads will be collected at the end of each trial day and kept secure and confidential by the marshal or court officer. No one will look at them, so whatever notes you take are confidential. You are not to exchange or discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the trial itself. You may discuss your notes if you choose during the deliberations. Just as you cannot discuss or deliberate this case among yourselves until the case has been completed, so too you cannot exchange or discuss your notes until the trial has been completed. There is no requirement, of course, that you take notes. This is an option to be exercised by each of you individually. Those of you who elect not to take notes will be no less conscientious than jurors who take notes. The juror who takes few or no notes should not permit his or her individual recollection to be influenced by a juror whose notes may differ from that recollection. Notes are only a tool, and notes are not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker is taking notes that are necessarily more accurate. I take notes because I may be asked to rule on issues during the evidence. Your decision whether to take notes at any point should not be influenced by my note-taking. Finally, notwithstanding note-taking by you and your fellow jurors, do not hesitate to seek a reading of any portion of testimony back if you deem it essential during your deliberations. The lawyers have informed me that they expect the evidentiary portion of the trial to take approximately 2 weeks. However, that's only an estimate. The trial may go on longer or shorter. I will try my best to keep you informed of any changes or any adjustments to that schedule. Once the evidence is presented and the case is presented to you for deliberations, the length of the deliberations will depend on you. During the trial, and this is important, any communication you wish to make with me must be in the form of a note, which will be read to the lawyers and the parties and made a part of the record. If you have a question or a concern write it down, give it to the marshal or court officer who will bring it to me. With these comments, I will make a brief inquiry to counsel, and then we will be attending to the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your attention. Counsel, do you wish to be heard regarding preliminary instructions at this time?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, with that then, I will direct the state to please call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state would call Lonnie Blackwell to the stand.
Please watch your step. Please remain standing as you enter the witness box. Pay attention to Madam Clerk, who will be putting you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record, as well as your badge number and business address.
Lonnie Blackwell. Last name is Blackwell. And what was my
Badge number and business address.
currently I don't have a current badge number. My business address would be 150 Court Street in New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning.
If you mind just keeping your voice up? It's a little loud in here with the AC, okay?
No problem.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
Yep, so currently I'm employed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm awaiting to go on my training to become a special agent in about 2 months. I've been employed by them for about a month. Prior to that, I was a police officer for the Shelton Police Department for about 4 years.
And when you were a police officer, did you have any training that you had to go through to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended the Milford Police Academy for about 8 months in 2021.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you working that day for the Shelton Police Department?
Yes, I was working the evening shift, 4 p.m. to midnight.
And what were your responsibilities that night?
I was on the patrol division at the time, so I was responsible for responding to calls that were in my area that was assigned to me.
Did you receive a 911 call that night to report to an area of Shelton?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so around 11:53 p.m. that night, dispatch reported that there was multiple stabbing victims at the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. I immediately responded to the area and arrived to the area of the scene in about 6 or 7 minutes.
Your Honor, I don't think there's an objection. We have some exhibits that have been pre-marked. I'd be asking to give me full exhibits at this time. I don't know if we're going to do it.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Have they been marked full? Yeah.
Your Honor, I have reviewed these in advance.
All right, give me one moment. Once they're marked. Yes, what number has that been? Thank you. Thank you. Attorney Smith, you've had an opportunity to review exhibits 1 through 9.
I have, Your Honor. I'll take a chance to
Thank
go
you.
through them one more time now that we've got the numbers on them.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states exhibits 1 through 9.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Blackwell, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 as a full exhibit. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you responded to in State's Exhibit 1?
Yep, so when I initially was going to the call, I turned onto Adams Drive here, and I drove up to the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. When I approached Laurel Glen, I could see from my cruiser that there was a large group of juveniles. At the time, I approximated maybe 30 juveniles right in front of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen. And I was flagged down at the corner of Adams and Laurel by a small group of female juveniles who waved me down and started pointing me towards the direction of where the incident occurred. So I exited my cruiser at the time and began jogging over to the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
And just for the benefit of the record, is 43 Laurel Glen located where that red mark is on top of, in the middle of States 1?
Yes.
And when you got to the scene, what was the scene like?
It was chaotic. As you can imagine, a large group of juveniles. Pandemonium, I would describe it as that. That's best.
Around what time did you arrive there?
Right around midnight.
And what were the lighting conditions out that night?
It was dark, but I could clearly see, probably due to the mix of lights on the house as well as a ton of the juveniles had phones out, lights from the phones, as well as my own flashlight, but everything I could see pretty clearly.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 2 that's marked as a full exhibit. Can you see that?
Yes.
Again, is this 43 Laurel Glen where you arrived at 12 a.m. on the 15th of May of 22?
Yes.
And is this States 2 kind of show the area, what it was like, absent the individuals on the front lawn?
Yes.
And when you got to 43 Laurel Glen on the 15th, midnight on the 15th, where did you respond? Can you tell us where you responded to in States 2?
Yes, so when I walked up on foot, I responded to this specific area of the grass area to the right of the house if you're looking at the front of the residence. And that's where a large majority of the juveniles were located, as well as the 4 victims that I later identified.
I'm going to show you States 5. This is a daylight picture that was taken, obviously, at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
Okay. And the area that you responded, you see this debris area here pointing to the middle section of the grassy area where there looks like there's some clothing items located just to the right of the basketball hoop and just below the red bush area here. Is that the area that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. And when you responded there, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you encountered at that point in time.
Yep, so a few of the juveniles pointed me to the victims. So at first, within this area on the grass to the left, I identified 2 victims. One victim had a wound to his arm. He was responsive, he was standing, he was talking. Another victim was sitting upright on the grass, and I witnessed what appeared to be a stab wound to his torso area. He was still responsive at the time. Then I moved on to the right side of the grass area, where then I identified another victim with multiple stab wounds to his leg. At that time, I saw he was bleeding a lot out of the leg, and I applied a tourniquet to his left thigh area as high as I could. And then after applying that tourniquet, I moved on to the last victim that I identified as having a wound to his chest area and began providing medical attention as best I could.
With regards to the third individual that you applied a tourniquet, can you tell the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Yes, so for my training in the police academy, for our medical training, we're taught if you have a wound and are bleeding a lot from an appendage and you're able to place a tourniquet, that can assist in stopping the bleeding. So that's why I placed it as high as I could on his left leg, where most of the wounds I saw were, to assist in stopping the bleeding.
And based on your training and experience, based on what you saw the wounds to be like, what gave you that impression that the tourniquet was appropriate at that point in time?
First of all, because they were on an appendage, and I witnessed a large amount of blood being lost from the wounds. So I was able to apply the tourniquet due to it being on the leg.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 7. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the area that you responded to that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you see there's like a blue T-shirt here, what appears to be blue clothing, pointing to the middle of State 6.
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that the area that you responded to after you applied the tourniquet to the third individual? Is that where you found the fourth individual, around that area?
Yes, in that area.
And when you found the fourth individual in that area, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed when you got to that person.
Yes. So when I identified the fourth victim, I immediately recognized that he was blue in the face, which was indicating to me that he probably had lost a large amount of blood. And I did locate a wound to his chest area right near the heart, and did see a lot of blood coming from that wound. So at the time, I believe some other juveniles brought out rags or cloth or some sort, maybe a T-shirt, and me as well as them, we were assisting in just compressing the wound, just trying to stop the bleeding the best we could until EMS arrived.
And were you successful in stopping any of the bleeding before EMS arrived?
Partially, but from my observations, there was a lot of blood lost.
And how long would you say it took for EMS to arrive after your arrival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
When you got there, did anybody else from the Shelton Police Department arrive on scene prior to EMS's arrival?
I believe Officer Nemhard, or right around the same time as
And
EMS.
at the point where you and Nebhard were on scene, what were your responsibilities at that point?
First of all, to just secure the scene, make sure we identified all the victims, number one, and also if there were still suspects in the area or on scene, as well as in the house, which we had not cleared yet. So just a lot of moving parts and identifying what was going on.
Just want to go through these exhibits a little bit. Real quick. States 3. This is just another angle looking towards the street of Laurel Glen that night. Does that reflect what the area looked like, minus maybe the headlights of the cruiser there?
Yes.
Okay. And again, Stage 4, another angle of 43 Laurel Glen in the area where you responded to. Is this an accurate depiction of what that area looked like?
Yes.
And 6, Stage 6, again, this is just another perspective of that area on or about May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
And again, Stage 8, a closer up perspective of the area where you responded to and found 4 individuals suffering from stab wounds that night, excuse me.
Yes.
And again, Stage 9, this is the area from the left side of 43 Laurel Glen, the area you responded to.
Yes.
Now, after police responded to the scene and EMS finally responded 10 minutes later, did your responsibilities change at the scene?
No, at the time I still assisted EMS in providing medical attention. Like I mentioned before, with whatever cloth or rag I was provided, I kept compressing on the wound while EMS then began doing compressions, as well as with the assistance of a neighbor, I believe.
And during your time providing aid with EMS, how long would you say you stayed with the fourth individual at that point?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And at some point after 10 minutes, what happened after that?
EMS then transported him.
And did you follow EMS to where they were transporting him?
I did not. I stayed on scene.
Now, when the individuals were starting to be transported, withdrawn, at some point in time, were the other individuals who were suffering from wounds transported to the hospital? Do you have?
Yes.
And did your responsibilities at that point change once those individuals left 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And what was your responsibility at that point?
At that point, it was to secure the rest of the scene and contain the large amount of juveniles that were there, so then we can begin interviews.
And did you, in fact, begin interviews at the scene?
Yes, I did conduct a few interviews.
And the information that you received from those individuals, did you pass that information on to anybody?
Yes, it was all passed along to the Detective Bureau.
And did the Detective Bureau, based on your observations, respond to 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
And who responded to that scene at that time?
Detective Bango responded, as well as Lieutenant Kozlowski.
And at that point in time, in May 15th of 2022, did you have body-worn camera?
No,
Why not?
they were not issued to us yet.
Okay. And at some point in time later on in that year, was body-worn camera a requirement of all police departments?
Yes.
Was it a requirement of the Shelton Police Department on or about July 1?
Yes.
So do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department, in fact, had a body camera at that point in time?
I believe they had one body camera issued.
And do you know what, if anything, that body camera was used for in relation to any investigation?
I believe it was used to record some of the interviews.
And do you know, in fact, whether or not that body camera was used in this case?
I believe so.
Now, how long would you say that you were on scene at 43 Laurel Glen conducting your witness interviews and securing the scene for?
Approximately three or 4 hours.
And at some point in time, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I went back to the headquarters to type my report.
And based on your witness interviews at 43 Laurel Glen, not telling us what they said, but were you able to identify or develop a suspect that you were looking for from those interviews?
Yes, we were able to develop a group of suspects that fled in a vehicle from the scene.
And were you able to develop and identify a vehicle that they were seen fleeing?
Yes, I believe it was identified as a Honda SUV.
And was that information passed along to the Detective Bureau as well?
Yes.
They may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Blackwell.
Morning.
Just want to go over your testimony here. You are currently training, but you haven't yet started with Department of Homeland Security. Is that true?
I'm employed right now. I'm awaiting to go to my training.
Okay. And where are you employed right now? Is that also with DHS?
Yes, with DHS.
Okay, but you are going to complete your training and then go on to do what exactly?
To be a Homeland Security investigator.
Gotcha. You told us that you arrived about midnight in response to a call from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. That's a house in the Shelton neighborhood that you've described there on that Exhibit 1 behind you, correct?
Yes.
And that is a neighborhood that is comprised of a few through roads and then a number of roads that end in cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood yourself prior to going there?
To a degree, yes.
How were you familiar with it?
We switch assignments every day on areas that we patrol, so once or twice a week I'd be assigned to that area.
You described that once you got to the scene, it was fairly well lit due to the vehicles that were there, people using their own flashlights, your flashlight, your
Yes.
car, correct?
Correct.
As you were driving there, is it well lit along that path from Adams?
On the road?
On the road.
I couldn't say. I had headlights, obviously. I'm not super familiar with the street. There's street lights.
Would you say that it got lighter once you got to the scene than it was as you were driving there?
Yeah.
When you arrived, there were cars parked in the driveway.
Yes.
There were cars parked in the road, correct?
I believe so.
Both sides of the road, correct?
I believe so.
And you, in fact, didn't park there at the house. You parked some distance away and walked to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, did you notice that there were any signs of drinking?
Initially, no. When I initially got no.
When you say initially, no, at some point, though, you did come to see that there were signs of drinking having gone on at that location, correct?
Yes, later on in the night.
And what signs of drinking did you encounter?
I believe there was alcohol bottles found.
Was that inside the house, outside the house?
I can't recall.
Red Solo cups, kegs, bottles of liquor? What are we talking about?
I can't recall exactly.
All of that, perhaps?
Possibly.
Objection as to possibly? I mean,
Overruled.
Were there any signs of any adults on scene?
Initially, no, but some adults did respond.
So when you initially arrived, do you think there were maybe 30 people there in the yard?
My best guess was about 30.
All juveniles?
Yes.
And do you think it's possible that there were in fact more than the 30 that you saw? Were others in the house?
Sustained.
objection.
Good.
Sustained.
Possible, yes.
Ask that be stricken.
The objection was sustained. I'll move to strike. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm striking the response, so you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you. Attorney Smith.
You believe you witnessed approximately 30 people in the yard?
Yes.
All juveniles?
Yes.
You told us at that point you had not cleared the house, correct?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you did clear the house?
Yes.
And were there more people inside the house?
I believe so.
How many people would you say?
I could not tell you.
You told us that you began doing some interviews after you'd secured the scene, correct?
Correct.
What was the time that you started those interviews, do you think?
Approximately 12:45.
So about 45 minutes after you arrived on scene, you think?
Approximately.
And you told us that you spoke to, I believe, 3 different people on scene?
Possibly more, correct? Yeah, around.
You only took interviews or statements from 3 of those, is that correct?
Yes.
But you may have spoken to more?
Yes.
You told us you came to learn some information that you passed along to the Detective Bureau, correct?
Correct.
And that was information regarding possible suspects, correct?
Correct.
And information regarding the vehicle that some folks claimed they were in, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn at any point of the existence of any video or recordings that people had made?
No, I was not aware.
Did you learn that any of the people that you had spoken to had been involved in fighting or attacking either Mr. Valle or any of the other folks that were there?
I learned there was a fight.
Did you learn that any of the folks that you spoke to were involved in that fight?
Yes.
When you were speaking with those individuals, did they show any signs of having been drinking?
Possibly.
Did you take any notes while you were doing your interviews or otherwise on the scene?
Yeah, I had a notepad, as well as a written statement form.
When you cleared the house, did you notice any signs of drinking inside the house?
I do not recall.
You're shown here on the Elmo some photographs from the scene. I just want to take a look at those. Showing you what has been marked as State Exhibit 3. That's a full exhibit. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And in this photo that you're seeing here, there are cars parked on the street. You see those?
Yes.
Is that how it looked when you arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
No.
And you see that there's some tape there, correct?
Yes.
That's the tape that y'all used to secure the scene, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9. See that same tape there, correct?
Correct.
Securing the scene.
Yes.
And those vehicles, those are the same vehicles that had been parked when you arrived the night before, correct?
I do not know.
Showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, Officer Blackwell?
Yes.
Would you agree that those same vehicles are there in the parking, in the driveway?
As the previous picture?
As in the daylight picture that we just saw with the secure tape around it?
I would have to look side by side.
Sure. You see what I'm showing you right now is Exhibit 2, correct?
Correct.
Do you see those same vehicles there?
To Two of them, yes.
Can't see what was on the other side of those vehicles in the picture that was shown before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see that tape behind those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
From your training and experience, that tape is meant to keep the scene as it is, correct?
Correct.
Did you use that tape? Did you put that up yourself?
I do not believe I did.
I'm showing you now what is State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
See that same tape that's corralling off the yard, right?
Yes.
Because that was the scene of your investigation and you wanted to secure that, correct?
Correct.
No tape used in the street, would you agree?
I do not recall.
Did you ever use any tape to secure any of the vehicles that were parked there on the road on either side?
I did not.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 4. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Do you see any tape that's in the street?
Just on the basketball hoop?
Nothing in the street, however, correct?
No.
And would you agree, sir, that vehicles that had been there the night before are no longer there in this daytime picture?
Correct.
Officer Blackwell, fair to say you've been called here today to tell us about what you witnessed when you arrived on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability?
Yes.
But if what these jurors want to know is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to them at all, can you?
No.
Nothing further.
Attorney Durso.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh,
Your Honor.
very good. So witness may step down. Thank you. Attorney Durso, I think this is a good time to take the morning recess, okay? So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I did indicate that we would be having a morning recess as well as an afternoon recess. So we are going to stand in recess for 15 minutes and we'll be back. If you wouldn't mind, please leave your notebooks on the chair. And again, don't discuss anything about this case with your fellow jurors as we take that recess. Thank you. Court stands in recess for 15 minutes. May I see counsel? Thank you.
Court's in recess.
Attorney Durso, we're going to call the jury, and are you prepared to call your next witness?
The state is prepared to go forward, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. So, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, would you please stipulate to the return of all our jurors?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would stipulate.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. So we will, at this time, proceed. I'll ask the state to please call its next witness.
The state will call Michael Egan to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Please enter the witness box. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address.
Michael Egan, E-G-A-N. My place of business is Echo Hose Ambulance, 100 Meadow Street, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
I'm a paramedic with Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton, Connecticut.
And did you have to go through any training to be a paramedic?
We did. It's a pretty extensive program. It's broken down by didactic, which is classroom, and then a clinical portion. My program was just under 2 years, approximately 1,800 to 2,000 hours.
And as a paramedic, are you also an EMT?
You are. I was an EMT first, and then you start as an EMT, and then you can work your way up, and if you choose to go on further, you can become a paramedic.
And what's the difference between being an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMT is considered BLS, which is basic life support. A paramedic would be advanced life support, ALS. On the EMT level, they can do bleeding control, CPR, AED, assist patients with taking some medications, administer a very small amount of medications. Paramedics can do far more. We can go into cardiac monitoring, some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED with regards to EMTs. What does that mean?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider, and that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in an instance where an AED would be used?
Paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor, and the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it, and the paramedic would make the decision to if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated. The paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Okay. Now, were you working back on May 15th of 2022?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time.
And where were you an EMT?
At Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton.
And EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And what shift were you working then?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th?
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
Okay. And you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next
6 p.m. the next day. Yeah,
day?
24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded that Just for the record, the red dot there is 43 Laurel Glen?
That is, yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you please just, actually, withdrawn. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Again, is this the house that you responded to that night?
That is.
On a report of medical, someone who needed medical attention?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there on what time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
Okay, so for all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
So when you got there, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what the scene was like?
Sure. So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 units. I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residence to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was, possibly four patients at that time, so we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of, looks like kind of garbage. That's right around where we found the first patient.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5.
Sure.
This is a daylight picture, essentially the same area.
Yes.
Can you use State's 5 to kind of describe what you did?
Yeah, so there's that red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree. We found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good sign. We immediately checked in times like that for triage, we immediately checked for a pulse, which he had a very weak 30 pulse, which is another bad sign. And he did not look well. You look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. So we did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood, and we found a puncture wound to his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma, you apply what's called a chest seal. In the event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
So you mentioned triage. What is triage? Can you just explain
Yeah,
that?
of course. So triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient, unfortunately. You're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
Okay. So on the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very, very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing technically.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what, if anything, did that do for the patient?
In this case, I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. So I don't think it did anything.
So when he went into cardiac arrest, what, if anything, did you do next?
So when someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witnessed arrest, you want to get the AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us, because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had 2 bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR, because at this point my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved the BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him, and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
Now, when it was no shock advised, what does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock: ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. Fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Sorry. Ventricular tachycardia and sorry, I'm drawing a blank. VFib, ventricular fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only 2 rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay. So when you applied the AED, you received that information. What, if anything, what steps did you take to continue to render aid to that individual?
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down and it will tell you to stand clear and analyze. It will analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
Now, what was the scene like around you when this was going on? Do you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah. So it was as I mentioned before, it was pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming. A lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then, that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic.
Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you?
No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark, but I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe there was, I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have scene lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well, that are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
And in looking at this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 5, was your ambulance parked somewhere in the area of this, on the street here, State's 5?
It was, yeah. If you look at that reddish tree, I'd say we were just past that.
Okay. Now past it to the right? Or
To the
past
right.
it? Okay. Okay. And with regards to State's 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to in State's 5?
Yeah, so there's a cluster of, looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that, I'm pointing to what appears to be the lower right-hand corner of the grass area where there is white, looks like maybe gauze pads or debris or medical material.
All right, thank you, Attorney Durso. The record shall reflect that. Thank you.
Now, you said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
He did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called VEMS, Valley EMS, and they are out of Seymour. So anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
And when do you know the name of that individual? That
Jeff McKee.
And when Jeff responded to the scene, were you present when withdrawn? When Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done, and then he assumes primary patient care.
And when you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Okay. And who went with you withdrawn? Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay. And what hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner.
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
And what is the protocol when you withdrawn? How long would you say it took to get from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
I can't recall the exact time. I don't want to guess. I can't give you. It's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving, does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights
We
and
did, yep.
sirens? And okay, and when you get to the hospital, any given patient that you deliver to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off to the hospital?
Yeah, so generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the patient depending on the acuity of that. In calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what if anything, did you do in relation to this case?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning. How are
Good morning, sir. I'm good. How are you?
you? Good. You talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm
Egan.
sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
So I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
I'll
for
do my
us. I
best.
just want to go over things, okay?
Sure.
You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with. Maybe the jurors are unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to decog?
Decontaminate.
Decon. Ah,
Yep.
gotcha. Decontaminate. Thank you. All right. So you were telling us, Mr. Egan, that you arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yelling obscenities, correct? And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to part to get to the patients. Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in the chart. I believe Sophia might have written a addendum after she went and triaged, but I did not encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter any standing patients.
No.
You encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to the person that you indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he was the first one he came across. So we do a rapid scan, and then after we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them, and then I began working doing the AED CPR.
Any indication that these yelling, screaming folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened, no. I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up, he's blanking dying, things like that.
Okay. And yet they were still difficult to part for you to get to the patient?
Yeah, because it was very chaotic, so situations like this, people tend to move in on the patient, so you have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You mentioned that you parked up to the right of where that red bush is on the exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway?
I can't remember if there were cars parked directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Do you recall whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patients?
Yes, yep.
And when you got to this patient that you have described to us rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen, right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
Gotcha. And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yep.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
You handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
And sir, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed when you responded to the scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you say no?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. Thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Jeff McKee to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Sir, if you'd please enter the witness box, please watch your step. Please remain standing once you're in the box. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address.
Sure, Jeffrey McKee, MCKE is last name, and Valley Emergency Medical Services, 764 Derby Avenue in Seymour, Connecticut.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
So I am a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years, and prior to that I was an EMT for about 10 and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
And did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what does a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways, and give a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long have you been a paramedic for?
I've been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was,
In what capacity?
as a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to States 1, where that red mark is right behind you, on that exhibit right behind you. Is that the home, the residence that you responded to on that night?
Yes, it is.
Around what time did you say you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on a priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So it means lights and sirens.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to States 5. States 5. It's on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in States 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
So just so we know we're on the same page, I'm pointing to, for the record, you're on the right side on the grass area where there appears to be medical material in States 5. Is that where you were?
Yes.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor. And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around, and that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed to.
So were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
Sure. So I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient upon finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR and connected them to my cardiac monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed. Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating atop the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. Observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there was direct pressure being held on that upon my arrival.
And when you medically, when you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in asystole,
Yes.
what steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there was a flatline?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Why did you withdraw? Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Okay, and why did you determine that?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse, a palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival that had been lost, so it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest, so there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a
Backboard.
backboard, put them in the back of the ambulance and transported them to the hospital? What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well, so I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued. I attempted to get IV access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called an intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left leg where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
So you're in the back of the ambulance?
Yep.
Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication
Yes.
in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that first layer of bone, you stop and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that? Why are you trained to do it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available to obtain an IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, how does that get into does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's pumped through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this
I
point?
provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving any type of heart rhythm?
It was not.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes with a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down, and when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied a pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding with that. I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
Now, when you initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene when you saw?
When I got to the patient, they did not.
And from the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport at that every 2-minute interval.
And how long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And can you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital advising them what I had found on scene, what interventions I had done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room, and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate, and I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there, and then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed, and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did a final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless, and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance in through the ED with the ED staff taking over CPR.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, any redirect? Any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee.
Afternoon.
Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair to
Yes.
say? People screaming.
Yes, crying, yes.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Okay. Path was cleared for you at that point?
Yes,
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene?
yes,
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
yes.
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did you?
I did not.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct? You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
No.
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not notice.
Do you recall the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty. The roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
And then you described for us the level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes.
And that, I believe you told us, at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
Correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And some heart activity, correct?
Yes.
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which meant that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital, correct?
That is why. Yeah.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians, correct?
I did.
And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene?
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may answer the witness box.
Thank
You're
you.
all set. Thank you.
You approve?
Sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen seated in the gallery, as well as anyone watching live stream, it's been brought to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Sensitive and/or graphic material may be discussed and/or displayed in terms of the evidentiary portion of this testimony. So at this point in time, I would ask you to use your own discretion as to whether or not you would like to remove yourself from the proceedings or turn away from the live streaming. Thank you. All right, this time the state can go ahead and call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state calls Dr. James Gill to the stand, please.
All right. Good afternoon. If you could please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you under oath. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
State your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address for the record.
James Gill, Gill, 11 Shuttle Road, Farmington, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Dr. Gill, where do you currently work?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Farmington.
And for how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Since July of 2013.
And what is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut
And how long have you been in that position?
since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as well as the experience that qualifies you to have the position that you hold.
I received a degree in biology from MIT, followed by my medical school at the University of Connecticut.
I did an internship in medicine in Vermont, followed by my pathology training at Yale. I did a fellowship in cancer pathology at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and licensed to practice medicine in Connecticut and New York.
And what are your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner?
I have administrative duties as well as investigative duties. So I am kind of the commissioner of the agency, but I also do medical legal death investigations. So that includes performing autopsies and certifying deaths.
And please explain generally what the term pathology entails.
So pathology is that area of medicine that deals with the laboratory aspects of the body. So things that can go wrong with the body. And typical pathologists usually work in the hospital, and they'll examine different tissue samples from the operating room and so forth to determine if there's cancer or what have you.
And is there a difference between pathology and forensic pathology? And if there is, what is that difference?
Yes, so forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that requires additional training, and it's that specialty that deals with the investigation of sudden, suspicious, or unnatural deaths. So deaths that are related to trauma, injuries, intoxications, things like that.
And up to date, if you can approximate how many post-mortem examinations you have conducted?
I've performed over 4,000 autopsies and many thousands more of examinations of bodies.
Do you primarily oversee the autopsies of other members of your office, or do you conduct them independently?
I do both. Yesterday I did 2 autopsies yesterday, but I also oversee the office.
In your career, have you conducted or overseen autopsies or examinations where the cause of death was a stab wound?
Yes.
And can you approximate how many times?
Many, many dozens of times, both homicidal as well as suicidal self-inflicted injuries.
And prior to today, have you testified in court on the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Prior to you coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that postmortem report?
Yes.
And which reports would that be?
Those would include the toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes.
And are photographs always taken during forensic examinations or withdrawn postmortem examinations?
It's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Now, did you personally perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was Dr. Jones.
And to your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
And why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that postmortem examination?
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022.
And to your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
At the office in Farmington.
And how do you know that?
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Well, withdraw. May I approach Attorney Smith?
Yes, you may.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Parker's ID, please, Your Honor. Approach the witness.
Yes, you may. What number is this?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
States 10 for ID purposes.
Than't you.
Dr. Gill, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 10 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, who prepared this particular document?
Dr. Jones prepared the autopsy report, and the toxicology report was prepared by the laboratory, and she also prepared the lab request form.
And was this report primarily the report from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner prepared in the regular course of business of that office to prepare such a report?
Yes.
And is it in the regular course of business for your office to prepare such reports on a daily basis?
Yes.
And was that report made at or near the time that that postmortem report was withdrawn? Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
I would just ask for 3 minutes as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit, states 10. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Gill, I'm going to be asking you some questions based on states 10, approaching the witness, Your Honor. You may read from this report now that it is a full exhibit. Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
And in addition to members of your office being present, do you recall if anyone else was present during that postmortem examination?
I don't recall anyone else being present.
Is it typical for members of the police department to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and the case and so forth, but it's not unusual for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone from the Shelton Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the post-mortem examination done on James Thomas McGrath arriving, prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
And to your knowledge, do you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
I have to look at the death certificate or Bridgeport Hospital.
And to your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
From the autopsy report.
And how was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner's office?
We have a transport team that will pick up remains at the hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well, do you recall how the body was brought in? What condition?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there an ME case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what goes on in a post-mortem examination, if you could give details as to what is conducted?
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body. And then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs, and then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that section?
So that, again, is to document the different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 2 of 5.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see from occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. In looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
He was received with a breathing tube in his airway, as well as 2 catheters, intravenous type catheters actually in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Again, referring to States 10, under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
So there was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while like a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their knee or what have you. We call those contusions. So he had some bruises as well on different parts of his body that were just very superficial.
So in addition to those superficial bruising you had indicated, was there also a stab wound found on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Yes.
And where was that stab wound located?
The stab wound was on the left chest below the left nipple.
Can you either read or explain the directions? Within the exhibit, it indicates the directions are stated with reference to the standard anatomical planes with the body measured in the horizontal position. What does that refer to?
So we don't know what position the person was in when they were stabbed. So we always give the directions in the anatomical position, which means standing straight up with your arms at your side. So we all have the same planes of reference. So for example, in this instance, the stab wound was going from the front of his body towards the back of his body, and it was going, from the left of his body towards the right of his body, and then slightly upward in his body.
Referring again to States 10, under injuries, external and internal, the last sentence of that paragraph indicates the injuries were labeled A through C for descriptive purposes only. What is the purpose of that? Explain to the jury.
So there were bruises and there was a stab wound. There's no way for us to tell the sequence, which came first, which came second.
Directing your attention to page 2 and to page 3 of State's Exhibit number 10, under where it says A, stab wound of torso, can you please read what that paragraph says out loud to the jury?
So a stab wound is centered 21 7/8 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 1/4 inches left of the anterior midline. It's oriented obliquely, which means kind of at an angle, with a sharp edge angled to the upper left and a blunt edge directed down and to the right. It is 1 1/16 of an inch long, slit-like perforation on the surface of the skin without natural skin tension. After penetrating the skin and the muscle, the knife proceeded through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, that's between the ribs, and perforated the pericardial sac and the left ventricle of the heart. There was approximately 750 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac around the heart, and approximately 1.8 liters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, which is the left chest cavity. And then the direction of the penetration is front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. In the estimated depth, that's how deep the stab wound was, the estimated depth of this penetration is approximately 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep.
Now, in reference to States 10, that paragraph you just read, what does it mean? What is that intercostal space notation? What is that?
So that's a term for between the ribs. So it went in the muscle part between the two ribs.
And what would be there? Is it tissue? Is it?
It's muscular and soft tissue.
And again, you indicated the pericardial sac and left ventricle. What does that refer to?
So the pericardial sac is the sac that the heart is enclosed in, and the left ventricle is the left side of the heart, the pumping chamber of the heart that pumps the blood to the rest of the body. So it's going to pump out through the aorta to the rest of the body. And there was a stab wound. The stab wound went through the wall of that left ventricle of the heart.
That next paragraph, there's approximately 75 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac. Is that normal to have that? What caused that? If you can explain that.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any blood in the pericardial sac. So that was blood from that stab wound, from the blood first going into the pericardial sac and then continuing into the left chest cavity.
Or it indicates that the direction of the penetration is from front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. How are you able to tell that?
So we do a dissection during the autopsy where we kind of go in layer by layer and we follow the track, the path of the knife, and we can then see the direction that it followed.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10, where it says, again, page 3 of 5, under where it says B, blunt impact injuries of torso, where it indicates that there was a 3/4 greenish-brown contusion of the inframammary right chest. What does that indicate?
That means that there was a bruise on the right chest below the right nipple, and it seemed to have some age to it. It didn't look that fresh.
And how do you know about the age? How would we be able to tell the age?
Because of the green-brown color change.
Also, States 10 again, page 3 of 5, where it says C, blunt impact injury of extremities. It references some injuries there, indicating a brown contusion, green-brownish contusions, and red-purple contusions. What does that indicate, that paragraph?
So there are scattered bruises. Some of them, they're of different ages. Some of them are more recent, and some appear older.
What is the purpose of documenting such injuries?
It's just part of a routine part of an autopsy to document all the injuries. You never know when a particular injury may be important for an investigation.
So you'd indicated earlier that in addition to an external examination, there was also an internal examination done on the body of James Thomas McGrath. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what parts of the body were subject to that internal examination?
All of the internal organs of the chest and the abdomen, as well as the head. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, liver, kidneys, all of those were examined.
And what is the purpose of doing an internal examination to all of those various parts of the body if it's, I don't want to say pretty obvious, but if it looks to you where that injury might be, why do everything else?
It's just being thorough and looking for other maybe natural disease that could have contributed to death. We also want to collect various tissue samples for further testing. And so it's again, part of a kind of a routine autopsy to do that examination.
Directing your attention again to States 10, page 3 of 5, where it says cardiovascular system. What does that paragraph mean in layman's terms?
So that's describing the heart, the valves, the blood vessels, and he had other than the stab wound, he had a normal heart. He was a normal, healthy person.
So would it be safe to say that in that section, there would not be any indication regarding the injuries done to the heart?
Correct. We include the injuries in a separate section, so the internal exam is really just the kind of the natural, normal descriptions.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Let's mark these photographs for identification purposes. Your Honor, let's see them.
I'll just take a quick glance. Thank you. Thank you.
Approaching the witness. Dr. Gill, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 through 20 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize these photographs to be?
These are the autopsy photographs from Mr. McGrath.
Do the photographs that you see here fairly and accurately depict the body that came into your office on the day that the postmortem examination was done?
Yes.
And in the photographs that were depicted, does anything look different to you than the body of James McGrath did on the day of the autopsy?
No.
And again, the purpose of taking these photographs?
To document the findings, who he is, and any injuries.
Do you recall who took these photographs?
We have professional photographers who do that under our direction.
I'd like to enter these as full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 11 through 20 as full.
Dr. Gill, for the next several questions, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 through 20 as full exhibits. Can you see that, Dr. Gill, where you are? This
Yes.
is also in front of you. Dr. Gill, what does this photograph depict?
This is a full-body photograph of Mr. McGrath showing how we received him at the medical examiner's office.
And that placard that's placed above the body, what does that number refer to?
That's his unique case number.
And from looking at States, I believe this is States 11, do you see anything in this photograph that would depict any kind of, as you indicated earlier, the therapeutic services that was done on Mr. McGrath at the hospital?
Yes.
Can you just identify those areas to the members of the jury?
You can see the breathing tube coming out of his mouth. In his lower legs, there are these two are called intraosseous catheters in both legs, and then there's some gauze pad over the left chest.
Referring to States 11, the lower left-hand area of the exhibit, there is a tag which is on the body of James McGrath's toe. What does that tag indicate?
That's how it's an identification toe tag.
Showing you what's been marked as States 12. Dr. Gill, what is this a photograph of?
This is a face shot of Mr. McGrath.
I just have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And that placard that again is depicted there, is that the same number that we saw in States 11? The number matches up, the ME number?
Correct.
Showing you States 13. What is this a photograph of?
So this is the face and upper torso of Mr. McGrath, and it shows the stab wound under that left nipple. You can see that red line is the stab wound.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the right-hand side of States 13, where he's indicating there is a red line below the left nipple of the body.
So noted. Thank you.
And Dr. Gill, if you can look at States 13, there is some reddish purplish bruising, it appears, around the neck area of the body of James Thomas McGrath. What is that?
That's called livor mortis. That's a change that occurs after death from blood settling in those areas.
Showing you what's been marked as State 14. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the stab wound.
And again, that's the placard, the ME placard number that matches up.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State 15. What is this a photograph of?
So this is also a photograph of the stab wound showing the skin, which is less relaxed. So the skin has a natural elasticity to it, and depending upon how the sharp injury is in the skin, sometimes it can cause the wound to gape open. In that first picture, we saw that gaping wound. This is kind of pushing the skin back together, relieving that natural skin tension, so you can get a better look at the actual stab wound.
Showing you States 16. Dr. Gill, what is that a photograph of?
So this is after the skin of the chest has been reflected to the side, and we're looking at the chest wall, and just above the label there's some bleeding there. That's where the knife went through that intercostal space.
Showing you States 17. Is this a close-up photograph of State 16?
Correct.
And can you also see in that photograph the puncture wound?
Yeah, there looks like there's some disrupted muscle there. It's difficult to make out.
Now, this placard that is utilized here, it looks like there's some measuring tool in there as well. Do you utilize that to measure the puncture wound or the injury?
Yes, that's always kind of on our label. Yeah.
Showing you States 18. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the heart. Well, it's still in the body, and that kind of oval red lesion. That's the stab wound of the heart, of the left ventricle of the heart.
So is that the heart taken out of that muscle or tissue that we saw in State 17?
So the pericardial sac has been opened, and we're looking at the heart inside the sac now.
Showing you States 19. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the pericardial sac before it's been opened up. So you can see a little bit of lung, pink lung at the top there, and then that hole kind of right in the center. That's where the knife went through the pericardial sac.
And lastly, showing you States 20. Again, what is that a photograph of?
So this is a photograph of just the heart, and you can see kind of below the yellow, the fatty tissue, there's this darker red area. That's the actual stab wound that went into the left ventricle of the heart.
What is the purpose of taking this photograph with the heart removed from the body?
Just to further document the injury.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor? Dr. Gill, based on your training and experience in the field of forensic pathology, with respect to the stab wound to the torso, perforating the heart, what effect would you expect such an injury to have on a person's ability to survive?
Well, it would not be immediately incapacitating. The person would still remain conscious for a period of time until they've lost enough blood and the heart can no longer maintain the blood pressure. Then they would lose consciousness. And again, if the heart and the circulation isn't restarted, they would die.
Were any samples or specimens collected during the post-mortem examination and submitted for laboratory analysis?
Yes.
And do you recall what specimens were collected?
There were several specimens collected for toxicology, including blood, vitreous fluid from the eye. We usually collect liver as well, and urine.
And what tests were conducted on the blood of the body that was collected?
So we did our kind of routine toxicology testing, which includes alcohol and all the common drugs of misuse, as well as other medications and so forth.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10 on page 5 of the toxicology report, withdrawn. Page 5, what does it read under the heading toxicology?
So it gives the positive findings that were detected in the blood and the vitreous fluid from the eye.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2 out of 3 of the toxicology report. Do you recall or can you read what the blood alcohol content or BAC of the body of said James Thomas McGrath was?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 0.2 gram percent or gram per 100 milliliters.
Referring again to States 10, to the very first page of that exhibit where it says final diagnosis. Please read what it says.
Stab wound of torso with perforation of heart, hemothorax, approximately 1.8 liters. That's blood in the chest cavity. And then hemopericardium, that's blood in the pericardial sac, approximately 75 milliliters. And then superficial blunt impact injuries of the trunk and the extremities, the bruises.
Based upon your review of the postmortem examination of James Thomas McGrath, what was the cause of death in this case, Dr. Gill?
The stab wound of the torso.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And if you could please explain your reasoning to the jury as to why it was a homicide.
Homicide for a medical examiner is death at the hand of another person. So this stab wound was caused by another person, so it's a homicide.
I just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions for Dr. Gill.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill.
Good afternoon.
You told us that you have been at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner since July of 2013?
Correct.
And did you take over from Dr. Carver?
Yes.
And you've been there since for the past 12 years?
Yes.
Any break in that time period? You've served continuously?
Correct.
All right. And you've told us that in conducting your autopsy, you discovered a 1 1/16 inch long slit-like perforation in the chest, correct?
Yes.
And you've described that both in your testimony and in the report as being the result of a knife, correct?
Yes.
And was that based on information that you had from other people involved with this investigation?
I think it's probably a combination. The features, the anatomical features, are what we see with a knife injury, and I believe we had history that he had been stabbed.
And so did you come to that conclusion that it was a knife based on your own observations or based on something you had been told?
Again, I think it was a combination. The features are kind of classic findings for a knife. I really couldn't think of much else that would cause it.
No other sort of sharp object like a piece of glass or something of that nature?
A piece of glass wouldn't cause such a straight injury with a single blunt angle and a sharpened angle, and to that depth, I think it'd be very unlikely that a piece of glass would do that.
Any other tool, perhaps, a screwdriver or something like that?
A screwdriver gives a different type of pattern, a more circular puncture type injury.
Fair to say you didn't have anything definitive at that point that led you to know that this was a knife, but that's what you concluded based on what you've described here to us?
Yeah, the anatomic findings are supportive, very supportive of a knife. Yeah.
And you also had information, I guess, from the police officers that were involved, or where did the mention of a knife come from?
Probably from the hospital that he presented with a stab wound.
And you described that this stab wound went through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, correct?
Yes.
And you described that as being the space between the ribs?
Correct.
And as you went through and gave us a list of your findings, you described also an injury under Section B, which was an old bruise. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then under Section C, a number of other scattered bruises of indeterminate age. Is that also fair to say?
Correct.
Now, as part of your report, you said that the wound itself was an estimated 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep, correct?
Yes.
Why is that an estimated number?
Because the heart and the body can move. And so if a person's leaning forward or laying back, there can be some movement of the heart. And so we can't give an exact, precise depth. Plus, if it goes into the heart cavity, we don't know how deeply it went into the cavity. It didn't go through the heart, through the whole heart, but it went through the wall. So we give an estimate. That's typical.
So based on a position, the person's body position when the wound is suffered, fair to say the stab wound could have been 2.5 inches deep, could have been 3.5 inches deep.
It's within that range, correct.
You didn't note any other fractures, correct?
Correct.
You didn't note any other puncture wounds, correct?
Correct.
So this single stab wound that you've described to us, in your opinion, was both the only wound and the wound that led to his death?
It was the only fatal injury, yes.
Other than what you've described as being old, unrelated bruises of indeterminate nature, is that fair to say?
The bruising, yeah, that played no role in his death.
You also told us that you had ordered what was your standard specimen testing for toxicology reports, correct?
Yes.
And that included a toxicology for alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And did you tell us that the blood alcohol of the deceased was a 0.2?
Correct.
Did that have any bearing on your findings in this case?
It played no physiologic role in his death. He would have died from this stab injury whether or not he had alcohol in his system.
And Dr. Gill, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed and observed as it relates to this autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability?
Yes.
But if this jury is interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't tell us anything that would help them, can you?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Messina?
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
Dr. Gill, you had indicated on direct examination that you and your team determined that the fatal injury caused the body of James McGrath was a stab wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you had indicated earlier, but approximately how many postmortem examinations have you conducted or overseen where the cause was a stab wound in your
Objection,
career?
Your Honor. I believe this is outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Okay, so you did question the witness regarding other causes, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
Many, many dozens, but some of those involve, for example, in one person, maybe 80 stab wounds. So yeah, I've seen hundreds and probably thousands of stab wounds.
In those cases where you've determined it to be a knife, have those injuries been very similarly situated to what you saw on the body of James McGrath?
Yes.
And you had indicated on cross-examination regarding the difference between a knife perforation versus, let's say, a glass perforation. What would be the difference there?
A glass, because it's more irregular shaped, you get an irregular pattern and maybe more jagged. Usually it's not going to have that depth. This was a very smooth edged, straight in wound, so that was caused by something that's sharp, long, narrow, and that's a knife.
You had testified on cross-examination that you were able to determine the positioning or how that knife went into the body of James McGrath. Would you be able to determine the position of James McGrath at the time the stabbing took place, based on the injuries?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit out. If you don't mind, I'll take that exhibit. Thank you so much. Returning exhibit 10 to Madam Clerk. Council, this appears to be a good time to move into our lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're now going to take the luncheon recess. We will be back in session at 2 p.m., and you should report back to the jury deliberations room so that we can start promptly. Please remember the rules of juror conduct that I told you about in the beginning of the case. As you're coming back into the building, if you leave for lunch, if you have to wait in line for a security check, please be careful not to position yourself near anyone who you've observed to be involved in this case, including the attorneys and other court staff members. They are instructed that they should not speak to you or make any comment to you about this case. Additionally, please avoid speaking to anyone while you're in the building regarding this case or otherwise, okay? That you will be escorted by the marshals. So thank you, have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 2. Bring the jury in. Counsel, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Madam Clerk, will please retrieve the jury. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are ready to proceed. I'll ask the state to call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Sergeant Richard Bango to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please take a step up into the stand, remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your badge number and business address.
Sergeant Richard Bango, B-A-N-G-O, badge number S10. Business address is 85 Wheeler Street, Shelton, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
A few months shy of 25 years.
And what's your current title?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
Yes, I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the detective bureau for 14 years until I was promoted to sergeant.
And what kind of things did you investigate? What kind of crimes did you investigate in the detective bureau?
In the detective bureau, mostly felonies, for the most part. Things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was a detective.
And as a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
Yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding your responding to 43 Laurel Glen?
I got a call a little after midnight. I believe it was the 15th of May. I got a call a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that that area stayed secured.
Now, I want to direct your attention to States 1 that's behind you. Is that the, you see the house with the red circle on it? Is that the area that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
At what time did you arrive at the scene?
I can't give you the exact time. It was somewhere shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30, so I got a call right at around midnight.
And showing you States Exhibit 2. that the home that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And what were the lighting conditions like that night?
It was dark. It was dark in the yard. The most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated.
Was it pitch black, though?
Not pitch black.
Could you see
Yes.
somewhat?
Yes. Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit 5. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that when you arrived, there was some debris in the yard.
Yes.
Is this the debris you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And who taped off the yard?
That was cordoned off before I arrived.
Okay. Why would the Shelton Police Department tape off a certain section of an area? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence.
And when you got to the scene, what was your main purpose when you got to the scene initially?
After finding out what occurred, or what the other Shelton Police Department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
Now, with regards to the items of when you determined those to be evidentiary value potentially.
Yes.
Do you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of photographs were taken where they lied in the dark. They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard.
Your Honor, may I have a moment, please? Yeah, I can. All right. If there's no objection, I would offer these as full exhibits at this time.
No
Subject
objection,
to
Your Honor.
questioning.
Oh, okay, so let me just take a look at them and refer to them, please. I have 21. Is that, what number is this? 22. Okay. So I'll just note for the record that State's Exhibits 21 through 29 have been shown to Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel has no objection at this time to these particular exhibits being marked as evidence as for ID only, Counsel, or for full?
No, Your Honor, it's full.
Well, all right. Court will take the exhibits in as full exhibits at this time, then.
Thank you.
Are they marked appropriately?
I believe they're marked full.
All right, so let's get them marked as full, and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Sergeant Bango, with regards to the pictures that that were taken in this case, specifically State 5, did you take these pictures?
I did not.
And what would be the purpose in taking pictures of the scene when you go to a scene?
Illustrate where everything was before it was seized.
Okay. And do you have information as to whether or not the items that were on the front lawn were in fact subsequently seized, subsequently to this picture being taken?
It was seized that morning.
Okay. So the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody and how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter it into evidence at the police department.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously, this is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard.
This picture wasn't taken at the yard, right?
That picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
Okay. My approach, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Showing you States 22. Do you recognize States 22?
I do.
And what is States 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate, if the Honor would allow the witness to open the bag and reveal its contents.
All right, sir, you can open the bag, reveal the contents. I do see that you have gloves available for your use, so that's fine. If you feel comfortable, go right ahead.
Now, with regard to this particular piece of evidence that was seized from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, why was this seized? Is there anything on this piece of evidence that would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
In the shirt in the lower left side, right here.
Can you kind of hold up?
Yeah.
So right to the left side of the shirt, looks like it would be mid-torso potentially?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this a T-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
I'm going to show you States 24. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, with these items that were seized from the area of
The yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And were these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department?
Yes.
I'll show you States 25.
These items in States 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you States 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and T-shirt, just maybe flipped over?
From States 25?
Yes.
In States 27, again, the same T-shirt and sweatshirt.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this area here where you see this, the individual who took the picture, I assume their hand is here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
And again, that would be, for the record, I'm pointing to what appears to be a defect in a black shirt where the individual who has a black glove binds middle finger just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric just north of the index finger of the person's gloved hand in the picture.
All right. Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28. That would be a picture of the same black T-shirt that was in States 27.
Yes.
And that's just an up-close picture of the defect in that T-shirt.
Yes.
And States 29, again, up-close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in States 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't field sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have a body-worn camera at that one time?
So this was right at the time just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you, in fact, use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. This I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you?
Dozens. Me personally.
Okay. And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Enrico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in that car, so we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed Mackenzie Trefficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of suspect and identified a suspect vehicle. What efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor, no
All right,
objection.
court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed
You can have a seat.
I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So we were. So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler Da Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house, and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number, and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested that they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured Sally Port at the Shelton Police Department.
Your Honor, I have first
Certainly.
States 30 through 33. I don't think there's an objection to them being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33. On behalf of the state, are they properly marked as full? No ID. We'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the Sally Port?
Yes.
And do you know if pictures were taken?
Yes. Well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
I'll show you States Exhibit 30, that's been marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of motor vehicle that's seized?
Well, to show the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you states 31. Again, what is states 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the pilot?
Showing the defect in the windshield.
Yes.
States 32. Picture of, what is this picture showing?
It's the interior of the pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing, taking pictures of the interior of the pilot?
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and if we were going to seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any evidence?
Yes.
States 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 in the morning. He turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the booking photos. But I believe it was Lieutenant McPadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Court will let the record reflect that defense counsel was shown exhibits 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43, all of which are photographs, indicated no objection. And again, that's no objection to those exhibits coming in as full exhibits, counsel.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, court will receive into evidence 34 through 43 on behalf of the state. Thank you.
So you indicated that pictures of the defendant were taken some 72 hours after the incident when he turned himself in on May 18th?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34 as a full exhibit. You recognize 34?
I do.
And what is 34?
That's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes.
States 35. Again, what does States 35 show?
A picture of Raul Valle on that date.
States 36.
Same. A little closer. You could see some marks up there near his forehead, light marks.
States 37.
That's the back of Raul Valle's head. Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
States 38. Showing you states 38. That's the back of his head again.
From here at this angle, I can't, maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
Okay. States 39.
That's Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks.
States 40. Seems to be a older wound.
It does appear that that's his right hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit.
States 41. Left hand.
That's his left hand, a scrape on his palm.
States 42. Any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
In states 43, again, this is his left hand. Any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No, no.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you did after that point in time?
So myself and members of the Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body-worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean, not what people said, but what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there where attendees of that party got into the Honda Pilot and arrived at Laurel Glen. There was 7 people in the car, including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. So.
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
Yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabel Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence. Also, during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight, or from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Tchaikovsky. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from Ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a Ring camera right on the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With Ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other Ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on State's Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here. I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36 Laurel Glen important?
So during the investigation, we learned after the Lazy Brook party, or the Lazy Brook incident, The St. Joe's kids got into the Honda Pilot and they arrived at 43 Laurel Glen, and an incident occurred in the street, or an altercation. So the Honda Pilot drove off down the road in the area of 36 at the first incident, or the first altercation between the St. Joe's students and the Shelton High students. Upon securing that video from the homeowner, I believe his name was Ken Tuttle, we were able to find the Honda Pilot pulling up from the direction of Laurel Glen and stopping right in front of his house.
And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 44?
Yes,
And what is State's 44?
that's a video of the 36 Laurel Glen ring camera.
Is this the same videos that you seized from Ken Tuttle pursuant to this investigation?
I didn't personally, but yes, I've seen it before.
And are the videos on this, have you viewed this prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I have.
And do these videos contain two videos from different angles of what occurred just prior to and just after the incident that occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, they do.
The State would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any
No
idea?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence State's full, I believe you said 44?
40.
44, thank you.
You viewed this prior to today's testimony?
I have.
Can you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I want to publish this with the permission of the court, but what we're about to watch, if you can.
So these are two angles of a rim camera, one from the door and one from another front of the house that shows directly into the street. When you watch it, you see from left to right, the Honda Pilot will pull up and stop directly in front of 36 Laurel Glen. A bunch of people get out. This first video is right around 11:40, so this is before the incident at 43 occurred. We asked the homeowner, Mr. Tuttle, if this video is in real time, and he said it was. The kids get out, and while they're standing out of the car, a bunch of people come running up from Laurel Glen. There's a interaction, an argument. You can hear people yelling, not exactly what they said. The Honda Pilot then drives away and comes back. And then there's a second video that occurred after the incident, because the timeline occurs from our 911 calls, and right when this was, it was right before midnight, where the Honda Pilot again comes from the same direction, 43 Laurel Glen, stops. Bunch of people get out, another car pulls up, and somebody gets out and jumps in another car, and they all flee.
All right, with your permission, I'd like to publish to the jury.
All right, why don't you go ahead and publish State's 44?
This next video is this different angle of the same video,
It's the same video, just a different angle.
and there's no sound on this video?
I don't believe so.
Faint sound. Can you pause it? those two videos that we just watched, it was around 11:40 p.m. on May 14th of 2022?
Yes,
So that would be shortly prior to the incident that occurred down the street of 43 Laurel Glen?
yes.
And the next two videos we're about to watch happened just after the
Directly afterwards, yes.
And this last video is the different angle of the same.
I believe so.
Same footage. Again, the time on this is 11:55.
Yes. I believe our 911 call came in at about 23:58 or something close to there, so that would corroborate the time in the video.
Now, were you able to seize any videos from across the street from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, at 44, we seized a video. Unfortunately, from the distance to the door to across the street, we can hear a lot of people yelling, but you really can't see what's going on. And the homeowner was actually watching what was going on right in front of the camera, so we got a better view of her back than anything else.
So the homeowner was blocking what
Yes,
was happening? After you were able to secure video, interview your witnesses, did the investigation end there?
No, no.
What if anything, did you do next?
So, over the next several months, we were in contact with Tyler De Silva and Jack Schneider's attorneys, attempting to interview him. When we were finally able to interview them, we did. This was now November of 2022. After interviewing them, we received information, so we drove to the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
And what was your purpose in driving to the dead end of Adams Drive?
To locate the knife that was used in that incident on the 14th.
And this was some 6 months after the incident?
Approximately 6 months. We actually went there, our first time there, we went there with Jack Schneider and his father.
Let me approach the witness, Your Honor.
Sure.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 45?
I do.
And what is 45?
This is the cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
Showing you, is this picture accurately reflect what the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive looked like at or near the time of the incident?
No, this was 6 months later.
6 months later?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you 46. Do you
Yes.
recognize 46?
I do.
And what is 46?
That's a picture of the wood line that separates Valley Road from Adams Drive.
And does this picture indicate what the cul-de-sac area of Adams Drive looked like on or around the time you went back to Adams Drive 6 months later?
No.
What does this show?
This shows a lot of the leaves are on the ground. The ground is covered where, it's November at this point, so you
So this is 6 months after the incident?
Yes, yes.
And showing you State's Exhibit 47, you recognize 47?
Yes.
And what is 47?
So this is the stream that runs in the wooded area just behind there, in between Valley Drive and the end of Adams Drive.
I would offer these as full exhibits, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. Court will go ahead and take into evidence dates 45, 46, and 47. Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
Now, Sergeant Bango, directing your attention to States 1, can you just point to the area on States 1 where the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive would be, which is the subject of your current testimony? Okay.
So just
This
for
is
the record,
just
to reflect, the witness is identifying what appears to be a circular portion of Adams Drive towards the top of the photograph, slanted towards the right.
showing you 45, that's marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the cul-de-sac that you drove to after you were able to interview Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva?
Yes, it was.
And showing you 46. Again, is this the area, a little bit closer view of the wooded area that you were directed to investigate after those interviews?
Yes, it was.
And 47, again, this is the interior portion of that wooded area? Is that-
Yes.
Now, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at that point in time in late November, what efforts you took to locate the knife in this area?
So that day after the two interviews, while we were with Jack Schneider, we searched for the knife that day. We learned that day it's going to be very difficult because now most of the leaves have fallen off the trees. There's a stream running in between there. So after we realized we weren't going to find it, it was late in the day at that point too, we secured some canine sniffing dogs and some metal detectors, and we went back early morning the next day, and we searched all day until we were running out of light. We unfortunately did not locate the knife, so we went back, I believe, 3 days later and did it again with metal detectors, and we did not locate the knife. We tried to narrow down where it would be in the woods. We picked up a rock that we thought maybe would weigh similar to a knife, and we threw it as far as we can from the street at the dead-end portion, and it would reach the stream. So that wasn't good news. We talked to all the neighbors on that portion of Adams Drive. We asked them if anybody had found a knife. From May until that point, they said they hadn't. We certainly asked them if you did, please don't touch it and call us. But unfortunately, at this point, we've not found the knife.
And after you took the efforts to attempt to locate the knife used in this case, did the investigation continue or did it end there?
No, it continued. It slowed down at that point because we've interviewed everybody from both parties, like I said, numerous times. But just a month ago, we went back with an aerial drone with the West Haven Police Department, and we took some aerial photographs and videos of the entire area. This is something that we did during the investigation too, just not with a drone. We actually went back once and we mapped the scene, the street to scale with a crime mapping system called the Pharaoh, with the approximate locations of where people were from witness statements. And I also went back with, I believe it was Charlie Connery, and we did a video reenactment of the whole scene where he said people were standing and where everybody went.
And with regards to the Pharaoh scan, you said that it's a mapping system?
Well, it's a mapping system that can map points to scale exactly the way, feet from the corner, from the driveway. As far as where people were standing, we couldn't get exact because these were coming from witness statements.
So it's the general area of where...
Yes, where the incident took place, And I believe we did the entire street from Adams all the way to Farmhouse.
And with regards to the drone footage, was that done at our request? Or was
Yes.
it- okay. I don't think there's an objection to any of this, but if counsel
right.
wishes me to lay an objection.
No objection to these, Your Honor. I've reviewed them already.
All right, let me just document the exhibit numbers on the record then, so we have a clear record. So with respect to State's Exhibit 48, there was no objection. I'll accept into evidence full. That appears to be a disc or CD. And then additionally, we have State's Exhibits 49, 50, and 51, which are photographs. And is that 52 there in your hand?
52, Your Honor.
And 52, which appears to be a larger exhibit of depicting scenery. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just have Madam Clerk mark them as full before
Oh,
we use
I'm
them.
sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. Thank you.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 49. You recognize 49?
I do. That's an aerial photograph of 43 Laurel Glen.
And were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
About what time of year was this taken?
End of May?
Of this year?
It was May 19th. I do remember the date.
2025.
2025, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
Exhibit 50, a little bit closer view of
43 Laurel Glen, yep.
51, a little bit closer view
Yes.
of the area where the incident.
So that area there is an aerial view of where the incident took place and where we seized the items.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit 52. Put this behind you. Is this a blown-up version of the close-up of the area where the incident took place?
Yes, it is.
Now, with regards to the drone video, what was the purpose of taking this drone video?
So the reenactment we conducted with Charlie Connery had audio in it. We were talking to him, and he was explaining us what to happen. With discussions with the state's attorney, they decided they wanted a video and photographs with no audio in it, so we went and redid it there.
And what we're about to see in this drone video, does this span the entire or the portion of Laurel Glen that was the subject of 36 Laurel Glen, the video that we saw down low? Does this encompass Farmhouse Road and up and down Laurel Glen from Adams to Farmhouse?
Yes. So that house there to the right is 36.
So we paused it.
Counsel, before you move on, let me just let the record reflect that we're publishing Exhibit 48.
48, correct, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So at 24 seconds, just for the record, this house right here that I'm pointing to there, what would that be?
That's 36 Laurel Glen.
So that is the house that's the subject of State's Exhibit 44.
Yes.
If we could just identify which house it was. There were two houses in the video. The gray house?
So let it play.
I just want to make a clear record, counsel.
Go back.
Thank you.
So I'm now pointing, it's 24 seconds into the video, Your Honor. It's the gray house on the right portion of States 48. The red walkway that goes out to Laurel Glen and the driveway to the far left side of the gray house.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to start it again in Windows? And just fast forward to 24. How is it not loading? Play it in Windows. Play it from there. Yeah, play. Yeah, play. And that road that we're looking at now at 52 seconds would be
Farmhouse Road.
so this area here is looking back down towards 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And the house to the left here, that gray house again, is 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes, it is.
Again, the house to the right here.
It's 43.
Pickup is, that would be
43 Laurel Glen.
now, when you went out there on May 19th of 2025, were you asked by myself to do any measurements? in
Yes.
relation To where 43 Laurel Glen is in connection to 36 Laurel Glen in Farmhouse Road?
Yes. So we took a measurement. I don't memorize the exact number from the driveway of 43 to the front doorway of 36, I believe was 640 feet, 47 maybe, roughly about 1.5 to 2 football fields.
So with regards to the front of the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen, if you were to walk down towards 36 Laurel Glen, it's about 1.5 to 2 football fields
Yes.
down the road?
Yes.
I just may have a moment. I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I told you.
Good afternoon, Detective Bengo.
Good afternoon.
Grown a beard since the last time we saw each other.
A little bit, yeah.
Just want to go over what you've been talking with us about today. You said that you responded that evening after you received a call. You got there, you think, about 12:30 in the morning.
Approximately.
When you arrived, it was dark, and most of the illumination that you had was coming from your own lights, correct?
And I believe a light in the driveway at 43. I believe that light was working.
Okay. Was there an ambulance still on scene at that point?
I can't recall.
Were there cars that were still parked in the road?
Yes,
Parked on both sides of the road?
I believe so.
The cordoned off areas which you showed us before in those photographs, that included some cars that had been parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
However, the cars that were in the road, that area had not been cordoned off. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
By the time you got there, you didn't know if folks that were still on scene had arrived afterwards, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who might have left before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
So there wasn't anything being done at that point to prevent people from leaving. Is that fair to say?
No. The patrolmen were instructed not to let people leave until we spoke with them. We did have people show up, mostly parents, when they heard what was happening. But no, if someone just says, I want to leave, we wouldn't let them leave until we spoke with them, or at least get their information.
But is it fair to say that you didn't have any ability to keep track of everybody that was on that scene and make sure that nobody leaked out?
It's very possible someone could leak out. It's impossible for how many officers we had there and how many attendees were there.
And roughly, or if you know specifically, how many attendees did you ultimately determine were at that party?
I don't have the exact number.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 40?
I don't recall. I don't have that number in my head. We have it, but I don't recall the number.
Could it have been as many as 75 to 100?
I don't believe so.
Something less than that, but
I
maybe
would,
more
yes.
than 40?
Yes.
A large group, fair to say?
Yes, very large group.
And other than the parents that started to arrive while you were on scene, how many adults were there present? Not police officers.
When the incident occurred or when I got there?
When you got there?
When I got there, there were a couple parents there, but they arrived after the incident, namely Enrico Fiola's mom, because I interviewed him in the presence of her. I was told there were some other parents there, too. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
You learned at the time of the party, however, that there were almost no adults present. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No parents that were there, at least, correct?
Yes.
There were some juveniles you've described, correct?
Yes.
However, there were also some attendees who were over the age of 18, were there not?
Yes.
And you mentioned to us the conditions that night. You described that it was dark. Was it also rainy?
I don't recall.
Misty?
It could have been misty.
Do you remember whether or not the grass was wet?
I do not.
Was the roadway damp?
Yes.
Did you have your wipers on while you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall. It was 3 years ago.
I understand. And you described to us that before you arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off in order
Yes.
to secure it, correct?
Yes.
But again, the only areas that were cordoned off that you know of are those areas that were secured by the yellow tape that we've seen in those photos.
Yes.
And that did not extend down the length of the video that you just showed us, correct?
No.
Really just encompassed the driveway and the area from the front corner of that parking area that's on the exhibit behind you down to about where that red bush is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
didn't extend across the street to the other side of Laurel Glen,
No,
and didn't extend down to 36 Laurel Glen either, did it?
no,
And didn't encompass anything on Farmhouse Lane or Adams. Is that fair to say?
no.
So the only area that was secured and cordoned off was the parking area of 43 Laurel Glen and the front grassy area to the right of the parking of the driveway. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that other info we didn't get till later.
And you said that was secured throughout the night.
Yes.
Do you know who secured that area throughout the night?
The officer that secured it, I don't. I do know who applied for the search and seizure warrant and who responded to execute it. The officer that was stationed there, I do not know offhand.
And then you were shown a series of exhibits that were admitted as full without objection. And the first of those was exhibit number 21, and that was a Pass the Chips shirt photograph. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that Pass the Chips shirt?
Yes.
And who was that?
James McGrath.
Was that the only piece of clothing that you secured that you believe belonged to Mr. McGrath?
I personally didn't secure anything. I was interviewing why another detective did it all. But there was other items secured.
The next photograph I want to ask you about is exhibit number 23. That was the Marble Ducks shirt that we saw a photograph of. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt at the time on May 14th?
Yes, Faison Teal. I don't believe he was wearing it. I believe he had it on his person. I believe he was shirtless.
He was shirtless.
I believe so.
There was also a photo, number 24, exhibit 24, photo of a shirt and a shoe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt and shoe?
Is that a dark blue shirt? Dark blue shirt?
Dark blue shirt, yes, sir.
I believe that was Thomas Connery.
Also his shoe?
Yes.
White shoe. And then we saw a photo of a green sweatshirt and a blue shirt, a couple of different images of that same pairing there. Do you know who was wearing that?
Yes, that was Ryan Hines.
And then you told us that on this particular evening, it had not yet become the policy of the Shelton Police Department to have body-worn cameras issued to everybody that was on duty. Is that correct?
I believe it was the policy at the time. It just wasn't implemented until June 1st.
Why would there be such a policy, but it wasn't implemented until June 1st?
The state came out with a mandate pursuant to the Police Accountability Act. So that was the date that we had to have it. We actually came in early with the body-worn cameras before that, but it was still in the process with Axon getting everybody equipped.
So you could have worn them that evening,
No.
but you didn't have to.
I
Is
didn't.
that-
No, I didn't have one.
You didn't
So the
have-
following day, when I did have one, I was able to meet with Lieutenant Kozlowski, who is the administrator of that program, and he had one, but not everybody had one. We only had a couple throughout the department. He had one, and he gave me his when I went to the Connery's house to use the body-worn cameras during that interview.
So was it department policy that you should have had one?
Not
or
not
at
at that date. No, it was not the policy.
Okay. I thought you just told us that
It was
policy.
no, the policy was set in place. I believe it was June 1st, 2022, that we had to have it.
But before that, could you have chosen to
No.
wear one?
No, because I didn't have one. I wasn't issued
Who
one.
would have issued those?
Lieutenant Kozlowski.
Could you have gone to Lieutenant Kozlowski and asked for one?
Not that night. I was coming from my house at midnight.
You mentioned that you arrived on scene and started interviewing witnesses, and that there were dozens of kids running around and parents showing up, correct? You were asked about whether or not there was any sign of any alcohol having been at this party. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told us that there was maybe one bottle of whiskey in the yard,
I do remember seeing a bottle of whiskey.
and that was the only indication that you had that there was drinking going on at this party?
There wasn't alcohol cans all over the street or anything like that. There was alcohol in the house, but it's hard to differentiate what the parents own or where the kids were drinking it. No one had alcohol in their hands at that time.
And that was about a half an hour to 40 minutes after the initial call came in at 11:54.
Maybe a little bit more at that point, after everything settled down.
So there was at least a bottle of whiskey in the yard.
Yes.
And then you say there was other alcohol that was in the house, but that was hard to determine who that belonged to exactly?
Yes.
And what was the other alcohol that you found in the house?
I don't recall.
Was there a lot of evidence of alcohol in the house?
I don't recall. You got to remember the focus was the stabbing that occurred, not alcohol by minors at that point.
Because that wouldn't be pertinent to trying to understand.
It
what had
would,
gone
and I
on.
do believe there are photographs of the interior of the house. I just didn't take them.
Did you see those photographs?
I don't recall.
And do you recall whether or not you ever saw evidence of large piles of Solo cups or any other indication that there was in fact a large amount of drinking going on at this unsupervised party?
I do not recall a large pile of Solo cups.
Do you recall any evidence of a large amount of drinking going on?
People's actions, the way they were talking to me, that was probably my biggest indicator.
And what were those actions that indicated that to
You
you?
could tell people are slurring their words. Their eyes are a little glossy. Just my training experience, I could tell someone's been drinking, especially a juvenile. But that would be my biggest. Like I said, I wasn't hunting for the underage drinking at that point because I had so much going on with the witnesses and the stabbing.
Did you see any evidence that, or any indication that evidence of drinking had been cleaned up or that there was some attempt to shield you from seeing that?
I did not.
You say that night you interviewed two people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was Enrico Fiola.
Yes.
And the other one, who was that again?
Mackenzie Traficanti.
And that you later interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of the interviews with Tom and Charlie Connery, if you recall?
So it was the same day. It was just late morning, early afternoon.
So the 15th?
Yes.
And at that point, when you interviewed, so just want to make sure I understand this. So as of the morning of May 15th, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, you'd only also interviewed Enrico and Mackenzie.
A lot of people were interviewed. Me personally, who I interviewed, yes, those two.
And at that point, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, had you learned of any cell phone videos that had been taken of the incident?
At that point,
At that point.
I don't believe so, or I don't recall. I believe that was later on.
So when you interviewed Enrico Fiola, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made. When you interviewed Mackenzie Traficanti, you didn't learn of any interviews, videos that had been made.
No.
When you interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, you didn't learn that any cell phone videos had been taken.
No. Like I said, there were a lot of other people interviewed by other members of the police department. That information came into play with me also.
And as of the 15th, you hadn't been given any information based on any of the other interviews done by other members of your department that there was a cell phone video of this event.
I don't believe so.
So at the time that you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, was that on the 15th?
I believe it was the 16th.
On the 16th,
Is that the Monday? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that would be the Monday.
Yeah.
At that point, when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, you hadn't learned of any cell phone videos at that point. Is that
At
fair to say?
that point, no.
Now, you were shown some photographs of the Honda Pilot.
Attorney Smith, let me know when there's a good time to take the afternoon break. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to show you those exhibits again, Detective Bango. is exhibit number 30. Everybody see that? And Detective Bengo, you were describing for us, that is the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes.
And that Honda Pilot belongs to Mr. Jack Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And in that picture of the Honda Pilot, and I'm just going to move over here so that I can actually see it as well. I believe that Attorney Durso noted a defect in the windshield. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It is your understanding that that defect in the windshield, was that there prior to the incident on May 14th into the morning of May 15th?
From the information
Check,
we
I don't know how you'd have that knowledge.
If he knows, it's fine.
Well, I don't know through interviews what people told me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 31. And you'd agree that's a close-up of the same windshield we were just looking at?
Yes.
Same defect?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 32, and that is the interior of the vehicle, looking at it from the passenger's side, the front passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if the court was inclined to take the afternoon break, now may be a good time.
Thank you. All right, very good. Court is going to move into our afternoon break. We will be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. I will remind the jurors again during the recess, please do not discuss this case, no independent research, and I remind you of your obligations of your oath. Please leave your notebooks behind. Thank you. Court's in recess for 15. Thank you.
Of course, back in session, the Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, thank you. All right, thank you. We'll bring the witness back in, please.
Okay.
Thank you. You may be seated. Wait till I'm sorry, is that what you have? Yeah. All right, court will note for the record that the witness has been recalled to the stand. You may take a seat. I just want to remind you, you do remain under the obligations of your oath. Okay. Thank you. We'll bring the jury back in. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you. Very good. Attorney Smith, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Detective Van Gogh.
Hello.
So we were just talking about the photographs that have been taken of the pilot, correct? Mm-hmm. Those have been taken down now. So thereafter, you described having secured an arrest warrant, and you said that when you had done that, you didn't have any cell phone videos available to you at that point, correct?
Yes.
You also didn't have at that point the 36 Laurel Glen video, is that correct?
Yes.
And just, if we may, Your Honor, may I approach these exhibits here on the
Certainly,
stand?
of course, yes.
I'm just going to take this one down. I'm going to turn it around so it's not distracting us. Leave it right here. It's 52. This exhibit 1, earlier I believe you had described this house as being 36 Laurel Glen, but they're viewing the video.
It could be that one, yes.
You think it was this one?
Yeah.
All right, so just let the record reflect that the earlier house appears to be 2 houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive, and the house to which Attorney Smith was indicating is the actual house appears to be 3 houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, is it fair to say at that point that you were going off of what you had been told by the witnesses that you had spoken to?
Yes.
That at that point did not include Mr. De Silva or Mr. Snyder, correct?
Correct.
And at 3 in the morning on the 18th, I believe you described that Mr. Valle turned himself in for booking, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I see. And you described that when Mr. Valle turned himself in that morning, it was with Detective McPadden, correct?
Lieutenant McPadden.
Lieutenant McPadden, my apologies. And Lieutenant McPadden took the following photographs. Exhibit 34, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 35?
Correct.
Exhibit 36?
Correct.
And can you see in Exhibit 36 here on Mr. Valle's left eye, what appears to be an injury, some bruising, and perhaps an abrasion.
I could see a small abrasion.
You don't see the bruising there?
Point out what you're looking at.
Discoloration around the eye.
Yeah, maybe on the inner portion, towards the nose.
Exhibit 37 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
38 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden.
Correct.
I believe you described seeing some redness, possible abrasion under the hairline there.
Possible.
Exhibit 39 also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And there you described for us seeing the red scratch marks as well as some what appears to be bruising.
Point out the bruising.
Do you see some discoloration here just past the elbow on the bottom of the bicep?
Possibly.
Exhibit 40 taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a wound on the heel of his right palm.
Correct.
Exhibit 41, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, shows some abrasion injury on the left palm, as well as still that same injury on the right palm, correct?
Correct.
And then we saw Exhibit 42, taken by Lieutenant McPadden.
Correct.
And Exhibit 43, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And those were taken, to the best of your knowledge, at around 3 a.m. when he turned himself in that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was done, again, to document apparent injuries that Mr. Valle had on him, correct?
Yes.
That's more than the standard booking photo that's taken of a person, correct?
Not everyone's booked for murder.
I beg your pardon?
It was a murder case, so if we saw someone, let's say, in an assault and they had apparent injuries, we would take photographs of them, more so than just the booking photo.
Standard to take a booking photo, correct?
Yes.
When you notice injuries that you want to document, then you take more photos
Yes.
of those injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Valle ask you to take those photos?
I do not know. I wasn't there.
And then you said that the investigation continued thereafter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the investigation went on all summer long, did it not?
Yes.
And it continued, I think you told us, into the fall, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, really continued on into this year when we went and got some of these drone videos that you showed us earlier, right?
Yes.
Now, you told us that you located every attendee at that party. Is that correct?
Everyone that we know of.
Okay. So there are possibly people that you don't know of that were there, correct?
It's possible.
Because
Objection has to possibly, it calls for speculation. I don't know what he would know.
I'll sustain the, so it was sort of a late objection, but you tried to make it. I'll sustain the objection. I will direct the jury to not, I'm going to strike the answer to the question asking if it was possible, if there were attendees who were not there, and the response, that's stricken, and you're not to consider that as evidence, all right? And you will get further detailed instructions about that during the court's final jury charge. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout the course of your investigation, did you learn of individuals that were seen in cell phones that you weren't able to actually identify or talk to?
I do not believe so.
So you think that you've spoken to every person that was at that party?
I can't definitively answer that.
And you were describing for us a fight that occurred earlier that evening at 5 Lazy Brook. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where you learned that some attendees had gotten into a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And then you said that you interviewed everybody that was at that party, correct?
The same.
Again, You can't really tell us that you interviewed everybody that was there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you did secure some video of a fight that took place in or near the garage of 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
When did you secure that video?
I do not have the date. I don't have the date in my head.
Was it before or after you got the arrest warrant?
After.
And therefore, it was after you spoke with the people that had been interviewed prior to securing that arrest warrant.
Yes.
And then you also secured video from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
That was also subsequent to actually securing the arrest warrant, correct?
Yes.
And that video, did that come from a Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
Do you know when you secured that video?
I don't have the exact date, but it was after the arrest warrant.
In fact, after securing those videos, you then went back and did a number of interviews with some of the people that you had already interviewed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we saw here before some dash cam or some ring videos that you had secured, one of those being from 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
Do you have 44 or does she have 44? What's that? The Laurel Glen 44? She's getting it. Got it. And you described Exhibit 44, which we're going to play for you in just a second here, as showing different angles. There's one angle that is from the door, correct?
Yes.
And there's one angle, and what is that different angle that we've seen?
Well, it's from the front of the house, but
Exterior camera
yeah,
somewhere
maybe
on the
somewhere
wall.
different on the porch. I didn't collect it, but that's what it looks like.
But those are both stationary cameras, correct?
Yes.
Unlike the drone camera, which we'll
Yes.
get to in a bit. And do you know whether or not those cameras are motion activated?
I'm familiar with Ring, and I do know that they are motion activated. This in particular one here, I don't have specific knowledge, but
Do you know how it came to be that this is the only portion of video that we have with regard to that particular area?
rephrase that.
Sure. Did, as far as you know, was there other footage from this same camera?
From 36?
Yes.
No.
And you're not sure whether or not this is a motion-activated camera, is that fair to say?
I can't say definitively.
Can we play the first video, the one that runs from about 11:40 prior to the event?
So 37.
And is there a particular file number that
Yeah,
goes
it's
with that?
37, I think. Do you want the one from the front door or from the side?
Let's play them both so we get both of those angles.
So play the 2-3 first. Play this one first, and then that. No, play 37. Yeah.
Detective Bango, in that video, when we see folks coming from the left of the screen, that's 43 Laurel Glen, the direction that they're coming from?
Yes,
And they are heading in the direction of Farmhouse Lane, is that correct?
yes.
So if you were going to describe for the jurors the path of that video that we just watched, would you just physically show us where that video shows?
Vehicle comes here, and they come to here. What else are you looking for?
If you could just identify, could you just somehow use your words to identify what
Okay,
you're showing
so
with your
here's Laurel Glen. The vehicle comes from this direction and stops right here in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
Okay. So, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has indicated using Exhibit 1 that the vehicle on the video moves from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, which is marked with the red marker, and it goes to the left down towards Farmhouse Lane in front of what the witness has already indicated is 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
Thank you, sir. So noted.
Okay. And there's another video there that shows the same thing, but from a slightly different angle from the porch, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to identify any of the people seen in that video coming from 43 Laurel Glen and following the vehicle?
From the video alone, no. It's not that good of a video. We had to corroborate through witness statements.
And may we see now the video from after the incident? I believe it begins at 11:55 or so.
After. So I think it's 36. Is it? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, you're right. Tatiana's right.
And Detective Bengo, that second video it comes from after you believe the fight occurred in the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
Shows two vehicles going down, stopping in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you identify either of those vehicles?
Yes.
Was one of them the Pilot?
Yes.
And what was the other vehicle?
That was Megan Traficante's sister.
Megan Traficante's sister?
Yes. It was, I could be mistaken about if that was definitively her. It was someone that came and picked them up. They called for a ride.
Was there a third car that we don't see here that was driven and picked up another passenger from the Pilot at some point?
Through witness statements, yes, there was.
But we don't see that vehicle here, is that correct?
In that video, no.
And you said that there were videos from 44 Laurel Glen Drive, but you couldn't see what was going on in those because the homeowner was blocking, correct?
And the distance from the camera to the yard.
And in fact, that there were videos from 43 Laurel Glen Drive itself, correct?
Only live.
Only live. You learned that from the homeowner who claimed that there was no video recording, it had only been live, correct?
And Ring. We didn't take his word for it.
And Ring.
We contacted Ring.
Now, you said that over the next several months, you tried to interview Mr. De Silva and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you couldn't do that until November, right?
correct.
In fact, you weren't able to do that until November 2nd with Mr. Snyder, correct?
I believe that's the date.
And you believe that the date for Mr. De Silva was December 6th, right?
Sounds about right.
And in fact, after your interview with Mr. Snyder, which one of them occurred on November 2nd, one of them occurred on November 28th, correct?
I do believe we interviewed Mr. Snyder twice.
And you indicated that after that day of the Snyder interview, you went to try and find the knife. Which day was that?
The
Was
first
it the
one.
second? It
The
was
first
second.
one. The first one. First one.
Did anybody in the neighborhood, in the area which you went to on Adams Drive that you talked about in exhibits 45 through 47, did anybody in that area indicate that they had seen anybody throw a knife in that area?
The night of, no.
Or at any time thereafter?
No. But we did do a neighborhood canvass in that area.
The only place that you came to believe that perhaps the knife had been thrown in that area was from Jack Snyder?
And Tyler De Silva.
You described having taken some measurements, and one of those measurements was from the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to the pathway or walkway of 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that was about 647 feet, you thought?
That number sounds about right.
It's pretty accurate. You told us about 2 football fields, right? And were any other measurements taken as far as of the yard itself?
On that day, no. But like I said, with the crime mapping system, yes.
Okay. Do you recall any of those measurements?
I don't recall them, no. I didn't memorize those.
For instance, from the driveway where the cars are parked till the end of the yard where the red bush is, do you have any recollection of what that measurement is?
I do not.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood prior to having gone there to do your investigation?
Somewhat, from working there 25 years, but
Would you agree that this neighborhood is comprised of a series of through roads and then a number of cul-de-sacs that lead off of those roads that go the whole way through?
yes,
And you described it as being dark on this evening, correct?
yes.
Is it also fairly wooded in that area?
Well, not there, what we're looking at, but if you go to the cul-de-sac there, there's some woods. I do believe way on the other end, there's some woods too.
And there's a river that runs along the backside there just beyond these houses on Laurel Glen?
There's a river that runs behind the end of Adams Drive.
Is that also behind some of these houses on Laurel Glen Drive? Like, for instance, 36?
I don't know how far that river goes.
In any event, you searched for a knife fairly extensively and never found it, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described for us having done 4 interviews on the night of into the early morning of the next day, correct?
Yes,
In fact, thereafter and after you made the arrest of Mr. Valle, you went and conducted a number of interviews, did you not?
correct.
And in some instances, you went and interviewed the same people a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And again, you did not interview Mr. Snyder until November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't interview Mr. De Silva until December 6th, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you redirect? Okay.
Counsel just asked you about your continuing investigation that occurred after the signing of the arrest warrant for the defendant. You spoke to Ricky Fiola, Mackenzie Traficante, Charlie, and Tommy Connery prior to the submission of the arrest warrant?
Yes.
And based on what you learned from those individuals, at that point, did you think you had enough for probable cause for the arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you spoke to, withdrawn, the investigation didn't end there, correct?
No.
So when you spoke to individuals connected to the party, or connected to the 43 Laurel Glen, excuse me, and other individuals connected to the Honda Pilot, during those interviews, did you learn anything from those interviews that would lead you to believe that you didn't have enough for the arrest warrant that was signed prior on May 16th of 2022?
No, just the opposite.
And counsel asked you about not talking to Tyler De Silva and Jack Snyder until almost 6 months later.
Correct.
What was the reason why you didn't talk to them sooner?
Their lawyers wouldn't allow us.
And did you, in fact, try to talk to Tyler De Silva on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, at about,
What efforts did you take to talk to Tyler De Silva on May 15th of 2022?
we went to his house, knocked on his door.
And when you knocked on his door, were you informed that you were not allowed to speak to him?
Yes.
Why?
His father said that he won't speak with us without a lawyer, and his lawyer wasn't there.
And how about Jack Snyder? Same thing?
I didn't, but somebody called, and it was the same thing.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, you may exit the witness stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, the state has further witnesses. We just don't have anybody left for today.
All right, well, we are in line with the schedule that you provided, so I appreciate that. So at this point in time, we will be adjourning for the day. Before we do that, I am going to read an instruction, a standard instruction to the jury. I ask that you please listen carefully. We're going to adjourn the trial for the day. Remember, you must obey the rules of juror conduct. You will be going home to people who will be curious about the case and about the trial. Remember that you have taken an oath that obligates you not to talk to anyone about the trial or its issues until you have rendered a verdict. This means that you cannot talk to members of your family or friends about it. There are no exceptions. Though your oath should be reason enough to obey this instruction, let me suggest to you a further practical reason. If you were to violate your oath and discuss this case at home or with others, they might give you ideas or details about similar circumstances, and then you would have the problem when you start your deliberations of trying to sort out which information you heard in the courtroom and what you heard somewhere else. Jurors often find deciding issues to be difficult enough without having the added problem of trying to filter out information that they obtained improperly or that was not part of this trial. So do not talk to anyone about this case, nor let anyone talk to you about it. Honor the oath that you have taken. Likewise, you should not seek any information outside of the evidence being presented at trial. Do not visit any location that has been mentioned. Do not look anything up, do any research, or perform any investigation of any kind. Remember that your obligation will be to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom and only on that evidence. Now, it is likely, obviously, that there will be media coverage of this case. Likewise, you are not to read it or watch it or listen to it. If you happen to come across something in the media regarding this case, which I am going to ask you to avoid, but I can't control your actions. You're not sequestered jurors at this point, but I would ask for you to please do your best efforts to avoid any media attention. If you do, however, happen to come across something, you must turn your attention away from it immediately. And if you do happen to overhear something, please send a note through the clerk to my attention without disclosing the nature or substance of that note to any of your fellow jurors. So with that, I am going to once again ask you to please put your notebooks on the chair. Madam Clerk will collect them, keep them in a safe place. They are held confidential. And at this point in time, you will be placed in a room and then you will be escorted from the building by the marshals. Also, please note that our court staff, the attorneys, and anyone else involved in this case, they are not allowed to speak with you or have any communication with you. So please, if you attempt to communicate with them, which I would hope you wouldn't do, but if you do and they don't respond, please understand, no one's trying to be rude or avoid you, but they have been ordered by the court to not have any communication with you as jurors on this particular matter. So I thank you. Have a good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow morning for additional evidence. Have a good night. Same time tomorrow. Thank you. Court stands adjourned.